Hello, good evening. Uh, can you confirm in chat if I'm audible? Thank you. Hi, Swaminathan. Are you there?
Yeah, hi. I'm here.
Yeah, sure. You are loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, good morning, good evening, everyone. So I'll share my screen in a few minutes. Yeah, so now I hope everyone could able to hear my voice loud and clear. Can see my screen. Thank you. So we have so many people, but I'm getting only very few responses. Yeah. So we'll wait for 5 minutes. So this being the first day for others to join. I see like a lot of people are joining in. So until then, so let me hear from you. So how many of you from, so can you provide your location? So where are you from? So if it is India, it is fine, but I just wanted to know about the time zone, IST, MST, and likewise. Yeah, so when you send a response, make sure you're sending it to all participants. Thank you. Thanks. So for the IST, it will be like 7 to 11. Yeah, so 11 might be little late for many people. So I'll try to plan it accordingly. So any fresh topic which I want to start, I'll do that in the first 2 hours, so that you will have more productive focus during the session, and in the last couple of hours we'll do more practicals. So in that way we will manage the time. Yeah, I think for SGT, I think it is Singapore, so it will be too late. Yeah, I hope that works for you as well. Zach. Yeah. So we'll give a minute and then get into the session. Okay, so it's time. So we'll get into. Let me introduce myself, and then I'll give you a chance for you to introduce yourself. So to know more about yourself. So let me start from my side. So it is Swaminathan G. You can address me as Swami. So I've been doing a lot of training sessions on cloud and DevOps. So in the last couple of years, I'm doing a lot of certified Kubernetes administrator training when compared to cloud and DevOps. So I've been associated with Simply I Learn for a longer term, and I've been doing a training for almost 7 years. So that's my background. And apart from training, I'm actually a cloud DevOps expert on a company, and as well I'm a speaker at the local Google developers community channel. Yeah. And these are my certifications. So I'm one of the top 3% on certified Kubernetes administrator. So which is like I've scored 100%. So which is not that easy to do it in CKA. And this is my certification. So I hope in the next 3 months or in the 6 months, or maybe if you are a fast learner, you could able to get your certification in the next month. Okay, so I'll make sure I put my effort for that, and for sure you will also. Yeah. So other certifications like Google Cloud, Google Kubernetes Engine, AWS, and SaltStack. Yeah. So about Simply I Learn, and so where are we placed in the industry? We are placed under full stack development, under DevOps. So CKA comes under DevOps. So you just need to know about where you are and on the category side and etc. Okay. So I hope you know about all these things. You can also join from mobile. You can also join from tab, and obviously from the laptop and desktops. I hope you are aware about it. If not, you can check with Simply I Learn. They will provide you all the guides. And so this is basically LMS, Learning Management System. Okay. So every class when you join, every session or every class you join, you have to join through this window. I hope everyone would have done, I hope everyone would have joined from this. Yeah. So I had a question also in the beginning, when the class will end and how many sessions do we have and what is the timing and etc. So those you can see that in the window itself. So since I am part of India, it is being showed as IST. So based on your time zone, you can see when it starts and when it ends. So it is 4 hours for everyone and it is totally 8 sessions. Okay. So for the certification, simply I learned Kubernetes certification, it is that you have to attend 6 sessions to get your certification. I'll talk about more about that. And in the 8th session, that is May 22, so you will be getting a lot of insights about how to get the certification from Simply I Learn, what is the criteria and those. But today on the day 1, what you should be aware about is you should be attending 6 sessions to the minimum, and maximum is obviously 8 sessions. I would obviously everyone would have here to learn about certified Kubernetes administrator, to know more about Kubernetes. I hope everyone will attend all 8 sessions. Okay. And so in case if you have missed it, there will be a recording. I'll show you how to download the recording and how the recording will be available. So I'll do it today as well. I'll do it tomorrow. So this is our class which starts on April 30th, that is today, and ends at May 22. So for us, so these are my previous batches. So you will be seeing something like this. So when you come tomorrow to the same my class window, so it will be something like this, and that will be present. I mean, if you have joined the session, it will be as present, and you will have a recording. So you can see, you can click on the download button. So I'll show you more in detail tomorrow, because this is an old batch, and I'm just showing you about the recording will be available, and this can be downloaded for you to see. Okay. You can have it offline so that you can see to the recording anytime. I'll show you in detail tomorrow, because today is our first session. So once we have done with that, so tomorrow if you see, there will be a recording. I think it will take 4 to 8 hours for the recording to be available. Okay. So everything is being recorded, the complete 4 hours, and the beginning of 15 minutes, and then the end if we have any questions, and everything will be recorded. The end-to-end session will be recorded, and that will be available here. Yeah. And I would also request you to add to the calendar, so Google or whatever it is easy for you, so that you will get a mobile notification and etc. And for sure you will also be getting an email notification about the class. Yeah. So that's about it. And there are self-learning videos which you want to, if you need to know more about, if you want to learn more about Kubernetes, microservices, Dockers, containers, and everything, we have loaded with n number of videos for you to see to it, and it is up to you to see whenever it is possible for you, whenever you find time. And we have a lab. We have 2 different labs. I'll talk about the lab after some time. So let me go through the course introduction, what is that we are going to cover, and etc. And the first thing, we are going to start with Docker. So when I'm getting into Docker commands, and how to create container images, how to push them in, etc. So when I do that, I'll be needing a lab. So during the time, I'll launch the lab and then show you how to do that. And there is a guide which is also available. I'll show you that in detail. Yeah. So about assessment, certificate, and things. So we'll be covering that on day 7 and day 8, which is May 21 and May 22. Okay. Fine. So completion criteria for you to get the certification. So it is 80% of the live virtual classroom completion, which I said we have 8 sessions. You have to be part of, you have to attend 6 sessions and leave about the simulation, and there will be a project. There is the choose the correct answer type of project which will be given to you, assessment will be given to you, and you have to complete that to get a certification. We will be explaining more in detail the day 7 and day 8. Okay? Yeah. So hands-on lab. So this is the hands-on lab which we'll be having, and yeah, there is a lot of things to discuss about hands-on lab. I'll talk about that later. Yeah. First things first, I would like to know about people here who doesn't know Linux. Who doesn't know Linux? Is there anyone here who doesn't know Linux? You can say yes, I am, or something like that. Basic Linux is fine. Okay, so you don't need to have a Linux administrator kind of skill. Basic Linux is fine. Okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. So I feel like very few people, and for those few, and I consider everyone to be the same. Okay, so if you are not familiar with Linux, so a prerequisite for learning Kubernetes is 2. The first is you need to have a basic Linux understanding. First things first. Second is Docker. So you need to have basic concept wise on Docker. You should know about container concepts and those. Even though if you don't know, I'll be covering that for the first 1.5 hours. So that is my way of doing it. So I could not consider many people knows about Docker. So that is why you are here. So I know that. So I'll cover about Docker basics, and then I'll take you into Kubernetes. So we have a Docker. Why do we need a Kubernetes? Will be the first question many people will be asking if they know about Docker. So I'll explain those things in detail. So, but let me ask this question. So how many of you here doesn't know anything related to Docker? I haven't executed any Docker commands. You can say SIM or me or whatever it is. Nice, nice. Yeah. So let me give you 5 minutes. Okay. So you can, yeah, I know the name. If it is like, I mean, for example, Masha Maria. So if you want me to call in a different way or something, you can mention your name. Everything to be in one single line. Okay. Do not break the line. So if you break that, the chat will be, I mean, distributed. So in that case, make sure it is to be in one liner. So your name, for example, let me share mine. So I would like to be called as Swami, and 12 years, and I'm here for okay. You can do something like this, or you can do something like this. Yeah, I would request every one of you to provide your introduction in this format, so that I know whether you are a fresh candidate or an experienced, and so what is the purpose for you to be here? Either it is for a CKA certification or it is for general Kubernetes knowledge. So I'm quickly reading everything. Yeah. So I think like 3-4 people from a fresh, Sumit fresh, Srinivas, Vinny. Yeah. 3 months. Nice. Nice. Okay. So fresh candidates, I would request you to see to the Linux. I'll be sharing the notes and everything. So you don't. I mean, when you're part of Simply I Learn training, it is we provide you everything with respect to learning material and everything. So the only task which you need to do is take that and spend a good amount of time. You will be having a lot of time. So I know about experienced people, so they have work and as well they have to do the certification and things. So but from your side, you have a lot of time to do it. So I would request you to complete all commands which I am going to share you part of Linux, and also you should have basics on CI/CD, which is also important. Okay. So is there any? I hope everyone would have given your introduction. So I'll be copying this and then I'll be reading it later. So I had a good glance as of now. Okay, thank you. So I feel like, I mean, everyone would have given, so it has crossed more than 50. Yeah, thank you. So this gives me a good understanding about who am I teaching to. Thank you. Yeah. So kindly get back your focus to the screen. So if you have missed to provide your introduction, no problem. You can do that later also. Yeah. So the most important thing about here is we have just 4 hours. Okay, and there will be breaks and there will be time for you to do the lab as well. That depends. Okay, that depends upon the questions and things. Yeah. Font. Okay. So in that case, it is like time is most important, and we have 4 hours, and totally it is 32, and there are n number of things has to be covered. I'll be showing you the course plan. So from there, you could see about how many things, how many different topics has to be covered, and part of your questions and things, the time will also get extended. Okay. So we have to be on time for the class. So example, for an IST Indian Standard Time 7, we start at 7. So the first 5 minutes is a grace time for everyone to come settle, check your audio, and you could able to see the screen and etc. Okay, you have to be here at 7, and the first 5 minutes for you to settle up things, and the next 10 minutes, that is 7:10 to 7:15. So 7:05 to 7:15. So I'll be doing a Q&A. So kind of a recap. So I'll ask about a question and you have to say the answer in the chat window. Yeah. So like you have done today. So I asked about Linux and you said I don't have a Linux background and etc. Likewise, I'll be asking Docker commands tomorrow and about Kubernetes concepts tomorrow. So you have to be prepared on that. I'll be sharing the notes. You need to see the notes and things. It is advisable to join 45 minutes, sorry, 15 minutes before, that is 6:45. So go through the notes, start your lab, and keep everything to be ready. Okay. So I'll guide you time to time, but for now it is you have to be on time. So that is the first learning on the day one. Yeah. I will not wait more than 5 minutes. First 5 minutes I'll wait, and after that I'll not wait. I'll get into the recap. So first 15 minutes will be more into recap and wait time and things, and then we will get into the session. Okay. So there will be questions. Yeah, I know this is my 27th CKA session, CKA batch which I am taking. So I do with the company, direct to companies and as well to everyone like this. So I've been part of both the plans. So this is my 27th session. So in that case, I know when I open a topic, I know about all the questions, what are the questions will be rising from you, and I'll be covering all the questions. So that is my way in doing it. So let me cover the topic. So for example, if I'm going to talk about Docker, so I'll be completing everything related to Docker, and later if you have any questions, you can post your questions on the chat window. So kindly open a text box or something on your side, note down your question, see whether I have answered it. If not, take your question and paste it here on the chat window. Okay. So I'll not be seeing the chat window when I'm doing the session. So let me complete the session and then I'll see the chat window. Okay. So because I have received a number of feedbacks before, so if there is more questions, many are getting distracted. So I need to have focus time. The first 1 hour or 1.5 hours, let me complete that and then take the questions from you. So about breaks. Today and tomorrow we will be having 2 breaks because initially there will be concepts and there will be labs and etc. And I'm going to push you a lot of going to push you a lot of new concept. So that is why it will be little, you need some break. So I know that. So the first 2 days will be 2 breaks, and going forward it will be just 1 break after 2 hours. Example, if we start at 7, 9 p.m. will be a break for 15 minutes. Okay, but today alone it will be 15 and 10 minutes. So 8:30, the first 1.5 hours there will be a break, and after 1.5 hours there will be a break. Okay, so so because the first 2 days and later on it will be 2 hours once. Thank you. So feedback is most important. So without that, so we hear from you when you end the session, when you close the WebEx. Yeah. So when you close the WebEx, there will be a pop-up, and that will take you to LMS. That is a learning management system, and over there you will be asked to complete your feedback. Feedback is most important. So if you like the session, if you didn't like the session, or if you need more improvements, and that is your voice area, so you can raise your voice on the feedback, and that will come to me couple of days or maybe tomorrow, and the end of the session I'll be doing a poll. So I'll talk about that in the end of the session. So I'll know about where you are and who is actually following the session and who could not follow the session. So I need to find them and then make sure everyone is in the same page. Okay. So it is not about, I'm going to focus more about with the experienced candidates and not going to focus with the fresh candidates and everyone. I consider everyone to be fresh. Yeah. So thank you. So I'll be sharing you a community forum link. So there will be questions. It is like, I mean, if you have any questions after this live session, or maybe after this complete 8 days, if you want to connect with me, there will be a community forum. And if you want to share your thoughts with others, we'll be giving you a community forum. It is actually our learning success manager, LMS. So he is actually working on it. So he will give us a community forum, and I'll be sharing the community forum for you. Okay. I'm getting into the most important concept here. So I would request everyone to click on this link, drive link, bookmark it immediately. Okay. So if you miss this, and then if you ask me between the session or something, it will not be that good. So this is the drive link. I'll be uploading all the required documents here. Yeah. So every notes and things are going to be staying here for a longer time. So there is no end duration for this, and you don't have to download them. It will be there for you. Yeah. But the most important action which you want to take it right now is you have to bookmark this. Yeah. Yes. I hope everyone could able to access the drive link. Can I get a response from everyone? A very quick response, please. Thank you. Thank you. So now let me ask a question. So if you are using the office laptop, yes, you will find this difficulty, and maybe the lab will also be will not allow you to access. So kindly arrange something that is up to you to decide. So Kundan, you say, I mean, yeah, Kundan, Sushil. So I feel like, I mean, please increase the font size. So the link is being provided, you can see that, but can you confirm now you could able to see the screen? So how about for others? Is that the font and everything is okay? Because I'll be showing you the notes and I'll be showing you a command prompt. Yeah, yeah. So when it is required, for sure, the font size and everything will be corrected. So this is the maximum I could do. So beyond this, if I do that, yeah, so it will be tough to navigate and things. The document is with you, you can see that anytime. And maybe you can increase your font size, or you can, in your laptop, you can change the, I mean, pixel rate. Yeah, yeah, thank you. Okay, so let me get into the course plan first, and then, so any learning, yeah, so any, no, full screen I cannot do that because I need to navigate between multiple things. So, yeah, is that you could able to see and read it. Can I get a response from you? Dhanunjaya? Yeah, then that's good, right? Yeah, okay. So course plan. So for any learning, we need to have a plan, right? Likewise, you need to prepare a plan for your certification. I'll talk about that later. But for now, we focus on, so how this course is being structured, which is most important for you to know. On the day one, that is today, it will be little lightweight. We are going to see about containers, So I didn't say about Docker because I'll let you know what is that. So yes, so we're going to see about containers. It's nothing but Docker is a tool of containers. So we're going to see that, and Kubernetes core concepts, and finally we will be creating a cluster. So we have a lab, and I'll talk about the lab architecture, how it is being designed, how many nodes are there, and etc. And then I'll take you to cluster setup. So how to create a Kubernetes cluster. Okay. So by end of, so you can do it along with me. When I'm creating a cluster, you can also create the cluster on your own, or if you want to see the screen completely, understand during the live session, and you want to do the cluster setup later after the class, it is up to you to decide. So from Simply I Learn, we have all the options for you. Either you can do it along with me, or you can do that at your available time. Okay. So this is throughout the, I mean, all 8 days. So not 8 days, for throughout until day 5. So day 6, day 8, day 6, day 7, day 8. It is that everyone has to do it along with me. Okay. So no problem. So if you talk about, let me get a quick response from everyone. Okay. So as a, when you I hope everyone holds a laptop or a desktop or whatever it is. So what are the physical things which you see? So basically, when I talk about a device, okay, what all things are included there? So what is there within the hardware of your laptop or desktop? It's a very simple question. It's a kind of a 12th grade or 10th grade question. Okay, thank you. Yeah, good, thank you. So that is how I start. So I don't consider everyone to be an experienced candidate or whatever it is. So everyone is fresh to me. So I'll start with a layman question. Any topic which I begin, I start with a layman question. Yes, you are right. You have a RAM CPU that I call it to be compute. Okay, there is a compute and there is a storage, and you are connecting to this session using an internet connectivity that is actually a network. So you have compute, storage, network. So these are the 3 pillars for an infra, right? I hope everyone agrees to it. Yeah. So likewise, we have structured this course in the same way. The day 2, you are going to see about workloads. I'll talk about what is workloads, but workloads are the how to create the containers, what are the different types of containers, and those you will be seeing that tomorrow. And the next is about scheduling, how things are being created in the cluster. The day 4 networking, and day 5 storage. So compute, networking, storage, 3 things are covered. So these are the building blocks for any learning. So if you take AWS, if you take cloud, they start with the same thing. So if you take Kubernetes, you are also going by the same method. So workloads, networking, storage. Yeah. So on the day 3, I'll give you some exercises for you to understand where you are. Okay, I'll talk about that later. Okay, and finally on the day 7, so there are a number of, so this course is not exactly, it is actually not 100% with CKA. So there is a certified Kubernetes administrator. Whatever is being there in the CKA, it has been there here. As well, we have added more extra concepts to it. For example, you have Helm. So if you know about Helm, so which is most important tool for you to learn, if you need to get a job into Kubernetes and things, you need to have basic tool understanding and things. So we are covering Helm. which is nowhere related to CKA, right? And we have extra other concepts that is actually called as AKS. So you have a Azure Kubernetes service for you. Okay. So these are, to summarize, it has 100% CKA, which is required for you to complete the certification. Plus, if you want to get into a job, there are some basic tools and knowledge which has to be there. For example, Helm and AKS, and you need to know about how CI/CD is being connected with Kubernetes. So all those will be covered along with this, and these are not part of CKA certification, but still we are adding more value to this course. I hope everyone will get a lot of understanding from this. Okay, so yeah, so AKS is something which is mind blowing. So it is, you will be provided with on the day 6 and day 7, 8. So there will be an AKS lab which will be enabled for you. So over which you can create a Kubernetes on Azure, which will be a complete different learning. You will be enjoying that. Yeah. So which is not that easy to do it on your own. So if you need to create an Azure account, you need a credit card and all other details. So but simply Alone provides this as an add-on lab which you can make the best use of it. Okay. Yeah. So that's about the course plan. So let me take you to day 1. So we are almost the first 40 minutes we were discussing about how the course is structured and how the training is structured and etc. So now let's get into day 1. Okay. So in the day 1, so we are going to cover about core concepts, that is Docker learning and container, Docker commands, container concepts and etc. So and finally Kubernetes architecture, and we have a lab, and we have a lab, and over on the lab we are going to set up our Kubernetes cluster. So I'll talk about deep into it, and anything which I do. For example, if we are going to create a master node and we are going to create, so basically we are going to create a cluster. So I'll give you verification steps and things for you to verify whether you have created the cluster successfully or not. So that is the way I teach to people. So it is any command which I execute, I'll always show you a command for you to verify whether your command is being executed successfully or not. Okay. So that will be the deep dive session into it. So I'll do a deep dive into master setup. So there is more automation which is being done. So in that case, you need to know about how this master setup is being done. So I'll show you behind the scenes what things are being done. Okay. So that is the plan for today. So let me see to the questions. If you have any questions, I have a query related to Helm, if you can help. So anything which is out of the concept, I would request you to ask those in the last 15 minutes. I'll give you, if you are part of, for example, you are part of a team into Kubernetes, you are already working on Kubernetes, or if you already have some Kubernetes knowledge, you need some, I would say yeah, if you need some help on that, so it might affect others. It would request you to do that in the last 15 minutes. Okay. So I'll actually call out when to ask that question, so we can have a detailed discussion on that. Yes. So Kiran Kumar, as I think you have joined recently, but for others it is, do not ask such questions. Document link and those, I have shared this drive link. So drive link has everything. Yeah. So the one which I opened here is notes. So I just opened the notes and then I'm showing you the details. Okay, so everything is being covered, and maybe you have joined late, and thank you Ramesh for answering to that. Yeah. So demo, yes. See, the Kubernetes learning is going to be done by black and white screen, that is command. So everything is being done through command prompts. It is, you will not see any presentation. You will not see any what is that? Any fancy stuff. So it is everything is going to be lab. And if there is required, so before getting into the lab, we'll be doing a whiteboarding. So it will be only whiteboarding and lab. So it will be complete demo. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the. Okay, I'll join late. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for all the questions. Let me get into the session. So for others, so I have, before getting into the session, on the day one, I have transparent on, like, I mean, I've just had documented everything. What is that? It is going to be covered. So everything is here. Okay. So beyond this, if you need, for example, some people might have an understanding into Kubernetes before, so they want to get more detailed understanding on Kubernetes. I welcome everyone. So it is, if you need more concepts that has to be covered, please let me know. And I have detailed down each and every small topic, subtopics, core topics, and everything that has been there here. So beyond this, if you want something to be covered, you can let me know anytime, and I'll try to cover that in the day 8, the last day. Okay. Yeah. So let's get into the core concepts. Yeah. So before getting into the core concepts, let's start the lab. So you might ask me a question. I'm going to help you to start the lab and etc. But for others, so no, I cannot follow the screen. I want to have a document for me to follow up how to start the lab and etc. So there is a document for you, training lab guide. So you can open this document. This has been created by Simply I Learn. This has more detailed steps. Yeah, I see many people have opened it. Good. So you can follow this if you want to. So that will have the detailed picture. So you can see Kubernetes new VM, click on the launch lab, start lab button, and you can see all these things. Let me go through that. So this is our LMS window. Here I could not do a font increase and those, the UI, the user interface is not designed for that. So practice lab, and I'm going to click on this launch lab button, which is at the bottom. Please ignore this. So it is like, the lab will reset on 10th May and those. If you didn't access your lab for a longer time, then your lab will get reset. Okay, but generally that never happens. Okay, because we will be using the lab every day or maybe 1 or 2 days in a week. So our lab will not get reset. You don't have to have that question. So I clicked on the launch lab button. Please do not worry about font and other. So as I showed you the document, the Google Doc, so no one had a concern. So likewise, I'll do that for the lab. Okay. So there will be a start lab button. You can just click on the start lab button. So generally it will take 10 to 15 minutes. So maximum 10 to 15 minutes for the lab to get started. So let me explain a few things about lab. So in the lab you see 3 nodes, 3 VMs, master, worker 1, worker 2. Okay. So there is 3 different VMs, and I'll walk you through about each and everything. Okay. Yeah. So let's get into, and most important factor, and what is that to be covered right now, what you have to do right now is just click on the start lab button and make sure all the 3 VMs you could able to access. Okay. So when you click on a master, worker 1, worker 2, after your lab is being started, you will see a black and white screen. So you should able to access all the 3. Please do it now, because if you have any lab issues, there will be some. I mean, because it depends upon how many people are accessing the lab right now and things. So if you have any issues in your lab, for example, it will show you a 503 not available or unavailable, and there might be some other issues. Okay. So if you have any issues, this is the second link which I am sharing. Kindly bookmark this link. When you go to this link, let me open that link and then show you. This has the steps. Here is the steps. For you to raise a support ticket, which is very easy for you to follow. Just log into your LMS and then there will be a help icon. Here there is a help icon at the top right. You can just follow whatever is being there, and you will have a support ticket which will be created. This is most important. Yeah. So whenever you find any lab issues or whatever it is, please. So you have to have a 2 different links that has to be bookmarked. One is a drive link, and the other is the community page. I mean this particular link. Okay. So those, I mean Asutosh, I mean Ankush Mehta. Okay. So whoever shares the link, kindly share the drive link. Do not share the document link, because this is the root. So kindly share the drive link. Okay. I've shared the drive link for the late joiners. Please bookmark both the links. How to raise a support ticket and this drive. Okay. Yeah. So let the lab get started. Yeah. So do not post anything on the chat that, I mean, like you could not able to access your lab and etc. So I have shared the community, I mean, how to raise a support ticket and start raising the support ticket. You don't have to do it now. So anyway, if you do it now, it is going to be addressed tomorrow. So try to do that after the session or maybe tomorrow morning. So you will get that addressed. So what is the SLA, service level? Sorry, not about service level, but so when your questions will be addressed. So that depends upon the queue. So how many tickets we have and this, and generally it will be done by 24 hours. Okay. So if you write a ticket based on the queue, it will be addressed by 24 hours. So that is the that is being followed almost for a longer time. So is there any alternate for a lab? I don't have any alternate. So if you want to, yeah, so kindly make use of this Simply Learn lab. That will be the best path. If you could not do that, try to get an alternate laptop or something like that. Or just create a support ticket, talk to them, whether you could able to do that in a different way or something. So I don't have any other alternate as far as I know. So simply I learn lab is the best way. I'm not sure whether you could able to do that in the office laptop. That is where you have to do it now. See, understand. And if you have any questions, create a support ticket. Let me see my, yeah, I have the lab. So now let me ask you whether you could able to see my screen once again. I used to open the terminal in a new window and it is getting loaded. Can you now see my screen and read the content? For example, let me highlight my IP address. So for those who had issues like, I could not see my screen and those, so this will be the screen, this will be the window you will be seeing all 8 days. We will be here all the time. Okay. So that is why I said for sure you will not be having any font issues and those. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for responding back. So how you have to check whether you have lab issues or not. By default, this will show you the master and click on the worker one. It will open in a new window. Click on the worker two. It will also open in a new window. So master, worker one, worker two. All three you should be able to access it. Yeah, like myself. So I have master, I have a worker one, worker two, and sometimes it is 503 server unavailable for me as well. In most of the classes, I used to write a support ticket. The same for trainer as well for you. So I am also a student here. If you can see the live classes and things, yeah. So the, for example, LSB. So we all will be having the same Ubuntu 20.04 version. So Ubuntu is a OS like Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 10 you have on the Windows. Likewise on the Linux we have Ubuntu, and Ubuntu has versions Ubuntu 20.04. We all are going to use the same thing, and master is on master, worker 1, worker 2, all three are going to be on Ubuntu 20.04. Okay, so that means if something works for me, it will work for you as well, because everything is same across for everyone. Okay, yeah, and you might have a question on this used hours. You might be having 0 for now, 0 or 50 hours or 4 or 50 hours, because I had a batch on April, so that shows 4 hours for me. So yes, it is right. You will be having 50 hours on a month. So today is the last day on the month, that is 30th April. So when you see tomorrow, the hours will get reset. Okay, so that means for this course, the entire May month, so that is 31 days, you will be having 50 hours as a lab. So that is why I said, either if you want to do the lab along with me, you can do it. So I generally do not recommend to do that, because you might think you have learned it, but when you see the live, that is the way which I do the commands and things, you will get the 100% understanding. wait for the recording. It will be there in the 4 hours or 8 hours, and download the recording and do it along with the recording. So in that case, you could be able to complete the labs and things in the lesser hours. Maybe it will only take you 1 or 2 hours for you to complete the lab. But if you want to do it along with me, for sure it is going to take you 4 hours. It is up to you to decide. So if you are a fast learner, it is up to you to your learning speed. If you could able to do it along with me, you can do it. If you are a slow learner and I'm going to hear about all the Linux commands, Docker commands, Kubernetes commands for the first time, obviously many people will be seeing the Kubernetes commands for the first time. So, but if you could able to learn it quickly, you can do it along with me. Otherwise, we have both the options which is available. Okay. So I don't see any questions until now. So if you have any questions related to lab and things, yeah, common question is I could not access the lab. The solution is there for you. Let me share the community link again. I mean the support ticket again. Right? Yeah. So make sure all the 3 nodes, I just repeat the same again and again. All 3 nodes should be accessible. Master, worker 1, worker 2. So thank you. So we spent a lot of time there. Let's get into core concepts. Right. Can I have everyone's attention, please? Can you provide S or something on the chat? So you are looking into the screen. That confirms me that you are looking into the screen. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So let's talk about our traditional method, and then I'll take you to. So as I said, I consider everyone to be a fresh. So I'm going to start with the layman concept, and then I'll take you to containers. After containers, I'll take you to Kubernetes. Okay, this is a very basic baby steps to containers. Okay, so on the traditional world, that is 20 years before and things, you had a hardware and you will be having an operating system and you will install applications over there. A very good example which I can provide is right in front of you. You see a laptop or a desktop that has, one second. Yeah, so the community page is ready. So I'll talk about this later. Let me go by the flow and then I'll come back to this. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So the traditional, which is it is right away in front of you. It is you have purchased a hardware, a desktop or laptop. You have installed the operating system and you have installed all the applications like Word, Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, or whatever the applications, Office applications you have installed. That is the box number 1. So what is the box number 2? Virtualized deployment. What is that? It means. So the next step is you are getting into a cloud. So let's talk about AWS. Let's talk about any cloud service. So I call them to be CSP, Cloud Service Provider, which includes AWS, Google Cloud, Azure, whatever it is. Yeah, I commonly address them to be CSP, Cloud Service Provider. Okay. So when you get into a cloud service provider, okay, so what you go for is basically a VM, virtual machine. Okay. So what is basically a virtual machine? So on a data center, so a data center is a location, it's a physical location. You can Google about, you can just Google about Google data center. You will have a YouTube videos, and you can also see about Microsoft data center. That will be more underneath the sea. So you can see about those videos to understand about what is a data center. So data center, to put it on a one-liner, there are going to be n number of very huge big servers are going to run. Let me talk about server. So how can I make it to be a huge server? So what is your RAM size which you have? It can be 8 GB, can be maximum to 16 GB, right? So 16 GB or 64 GB, that is a maximum you get along with your laptop or desktop or whatever it is. Okay. When I call about big servers, that the name is actually called as bare metal servers. A bare metal server will have minimum of 128 GB. Minimum is 128 GB is provided, and you can think about the vCPU, I mean the memory CPU and the hard disk and all other things. Okay. When I tell you about memory, because many people nowadays search about mobiles and things, you go by the price range. I hope everyone knows about what is a RAM and what is a memory and etc. So that is bare metal server for you. Okay, there is going to be thousands and thousands of bare metal servers put together on a one single place. That is actually called as data center, and in the cloud they call that to be an availability zone. A is that availability zone. So you have an availability zone or a data center, there is a bare metal server, and what is the purpose of having a bare metal server is we are going to make it to be virtualized. What is virtualization? On the virtualization we have two different types. We are going to talk about the first type, that is called as hardware virtualization. So I have 128 GB of RAM. I'm going to create small servers, small virtual servers. On a very big server, I'm going to create small virtual servers, that is actually called as virtual machine. Okay, when I create a virtual machine, I'm going to carve out, or I'm going to logically block a compute, that is I'm going to block a CPU and I'm going to block some memory on that particular bare metal server. For example, 128 GB is the RAM size for the bare metal server, big server. I'm going to create small servers within that big server, which I can make it to be 2 GB of memory. So 128 and here it is 2 GB. So can someone say how many virtual machines can be created? The total is 128, and if I create 2 GB of virtual machine, yes, that is what it is. So I purchase a very big server, and within that I can create 64 VMs, right? So now you have an understanding about what is a big server and what is a small server. So we are not going to address them to be a big server, small server. We are going to address them as virtual machine. So virtual machine, you can have 64 virtual machines. Let's zoom into one virtual machine. So what does that one virtual machine is going to contain? So each and every virtual machine can have its own operating system. For example, your big server can be Linux, and within that small server it can be Linux, or it can be Windows, or it can be something else also. Which is not exactly right, but I'm just saying it for the new joiners and everyone. Okay, so that means the operating system which you have it on the big server, it is not going to affect your small server, vice versa. Whatever has been there within the small server, it is not going to affect your big server. So both are two different things, both are two different worlds. So whatever happens within the virtual machine, it is not going to be known by the bottom. So that is the big server. Okay. So that means you can have multiple applications installed on your operating system. So you have an operating system and you will have, what is a bin library and etc. For example, so I'm not sure how many of you observed it. So when you install Office, Microsoft Office, because most of you have done that, behind the scenes it will actually install .NET, or for example if you are a developer, Java developer and other. So if you want to run a Java application, for sure you need a Java to be installed first. Likewise, if you need a Python application, you will have to install Python first, and after that only you can run a Python program, right? So when you are learning Python, you know about it. So you will install the Python on your laptop and then you create a program, Python programs, and then run the Python program. Likewise for Java, you install Java on your local, your laptop or desktop or whatever it is, and then you will compile the Java program, run the Java program and etc. That is bin library for you, right? So by this introduction and by this short introduction about VM, I hope you would have got a understanding about what is a virtual machine right now, right? And what is a container now? So virtual machine is 2 GB, good, and within a virtual machine I can create applications and etc. So, and what is a container now? So before that there is a question. So hypervisor, the tool which is going to virtualize the hardware to create a virtual machine is hypervisor. The software, there is a software which is going to virtualize the hardware. For example, 128 GB of RAM is the total capacity. I'm going to block 2 GB on the 28. I'm going to block for my VM. So who is the one who is doing this is called as hypervisor. So if you guys need to know more about virtual machine, if you are hearing the virtual machine for the first time and etc., yes, good, you can Google about VMware or you can Google about AWS EC2. Yeah, thank you. So what is about containers? So when I explained about virtualization, I told you about there are two methods. One is hardware virtualization. On a very big hardware, I'm going to block certain portion for my virtual machine. That is hardware virtualization for you. The second type of virtualization that is being followed in containers is operating system or the process virtualization. I would say operating system virtualization. So what is an operating system virtualization? Let me take you to a live example. So this is my master. So this is a VM. This is a virtual machine. Okay. So we have 3 virtual machines for our lab: master, worker 1, worker 2. Okay. So I'm in one of the virtual machine. I don't want to call this to be a master, worker 1 or something like that. This is a VM which I have. Okay. And if you execute this command, so what was the command which I executed? ps-ef. That is why I said there is a basic Linux understanding is required. For those who doesn't have a basic understanding on Linux, there is a Linux folder on the same drive link. Open it. There will be 2 documents. So the Linux refresher is for people who wants to do some, they have learned about Linux last before and then they want to do a refresh. If you want to have basic understanding on Linux, go through this document. If you want to have more detailed understanding of top 30 commands are being documented here. You can open this document and read about yourself, and it is not required for you to execute each and every command. At least when I say a command, you should understand what command it is. Okay, so it has been there. You can do it at your available time. So Linux is the folder for you. But there is one more method, man, M-A-N, man. Man is a command which is in Linux that has the documentation. For example, I'm using a command called PS. If you want to know more about PS, what is a PS? I don't know, and I need to know more about it. You can use man PS. Okay, so this will have more detailed documentation about that. So what is that and how to use it and etc. And you can also do Google to learn about more into. So that is how you can combine your Linux learning, container learning, and Kubernetes learning together. Yeah. So PS-EF is basically to list all the process. So there is a process which has been running. For example, I hope everyone here knows about the task manager. Is there anyone here who doesn't know what is a task manager? Can I get a quick response? Task manager? Thank you. So no response. So in that case, everyone knows about task manager, right? This is a task manager, something like that for you in the Linux. Yeah. So if I say PS-EF, it is going to list me all the process which has all been running. Okay. So for example, I have a Mac. So on the Mac, you can see there are many process which has been running. So Cisco WebEx is running. Likewise, there is a lot of process which has been running. So I always have this aside to see my CPU utilization and etc. No problem. So these are the process which is all been running. So what does a contain? So what does the concept which is connected with this process is called containers. So how containers are created? So if you ask a Docker or whatever it is, so let me talk about what is Docker and what is container. So container, which is similar to the virtual machine, but virtual machine is going to virtualize the hardware. So the hypervisor is going to virtualize the hardware, that is CPU, memory, network, storage, etc. But whereas with the container, you are going to virtualize the process which is running on operating system. Okay. So what does that mean? On a Linux VM or whatever it is, if you take, these are the process which is all been running. So if you create a container, it is going to isolate the process. So for example, yeah, maybe it is kind of the font and things I cannot increase here, as you all know. So when you take any process, I mean, for example, if you take your task manager and etc., that will show you two different things. What are all the process that is started by system, and what is that which is being started by user? So there is a differentiation, right? A process, the first question will be who owns that process? Either it is owned by a system or it is owned by a user. So likewise, you have an isolation, right? So you categorize the process as system process and there is a user process. Likewise, here when you install a container runtime. So what is a container runtime? Like you have it in hypervisor, you have a container runtime. So container runtime, there are a number of tools the most commonly used tool is called Docker. The first interview question which I ask to a fresher is, what is Docker, what is container? 95% people haven't provided an answer. Many people call that to be a Docker container. So they will not know the difference. Container is a concept and Docker is a tool which enables container. Yeah. So that is the most important. So whenever I teach a concept, I'll always cover interview questions and what is the third dimension in seeing things and etc. Okay. So a tool is different and what does a tool is going to create is different. Hypervisor, I call hypervisor as a tool to create a VM. Likewise, so within hypervisor there are a number of tools. There are KVM, there are VMware, there are a number of things which is all been available. Yeah. So likewise, we have a container runtime. The exact name is called container runtime, and a tool that is being used for creating a container runtime is called Docker. So that is why that came into a picture called Docker containers. Fine. So containers. We are going to isolate, we are going to create the process on the operating system, yeah, and we are going to isolate the process to a container. Who is going to do that? Docker is a tool that is going to do that. So to put it to be a layman term. So if you do that as a process, it is going to, obviously that is going to be a more lightweight process. So when you compare the size of virtual machine versus container, virtual machine, for example, I said 2 GB, but here on a container, the ideal size of a container, it depends. Okay, for example, let me talk about Java. Okay, I have a Java application. If you ask me what is the container size of a Java application, it should not be, as per the standards, it should not be more than 512 MB of RAM. Memory, 512 MB. It is going to be just lightweight as that. Even less than that you can create. 128 is also possible. So that is the minimum and 512 is a maximum. Yeah. So you should also learn about monolith and microservices, which is an add-on learning for you. You can just do a YouTube video, or nowadays many things are there. So I will give you the concepts and then you can read about yourself. Monolith is something that if I talk about Amazon as an e-commerce tool, if I have the Amazon code, the complete package of Amazon, if I have that to be as a one single package, which is a heavy package, and if I want to run that package on a VM, generally it will go for 24 GB of RAM or something like that, because the application demands more RAM, more memory and etc. It needs a more space for that to run. That is actually called as monolith. So later the architecture got changed. They don't want to maintain a big monolith because the maintenance is heavy. When you do a development, you have to test the whole concept and etc. So that is why people divide that monolith into multiple small packages. That is actually called as microservices. That is a one-liner. But beyond this, if you want to learn about it, take these terms, Google it. So always have a notepad opened up for you. So when I provide you some keywords, copy that and then have that in your notepad. Okay. So monolith and microservices. So a home where how can I run my monolith application? The place is called virtual machine. How can I run my microservices? The answer is container. That is, we call it to be the home HOME, home for monolith is virtual machine, home for microservices is container, because microservices is going to be lightweight and container is lightweight, so you can run the microservices on a container. Okay, so that is about containers. And part of the lab, yeah, so part of the Docker lab, so we'll be seeing a lot of things. So it is, so what is a container image, so how can I pull the container images, and likewise, so let me start with that. Let me start with image. Okay, so let me explain you a scenario. Let me see how many people have done this in your past. So you have a maybe 90s kids, so it is, so you have a CD or DVD or something which will have a Windows 7, Windows 8, maybe Windows whatever, XP, whatever it is. So you have that Windows CD and you have a brand new desktop. You put that CD and then create a Windows on your desktop. How many of you done this? If you have not done, you can say no or something like that. Okay, Madhusudanan, yeah, Rajkumar. Okay, so at least you know this can be done. Madhusudanan, Rajkumar, and etc. Okay, so yeah, so many people would have aware about this is possible, correct? So the what is there within, yeah, so what is there within the CD is actually called as an image. So you have an image and you are going to place the image and you are going to create a life from an image. That is actually called as virtual machine. So you have an image. If you closely look into virtual machine creation, for example, maybe you have created a virtual box in your nowadays no people do that because we have clouds and things. So wherever you go, either you create a virtual box on your local laptop or desktop, or if you create a virtual machine on cloud, the first question you will be answered, you will be asked for is what is the image you are going to choose. Are you going to choose a Windows image? Are you going to choose a Linux image? Within Linux, Ubuntu, CentOS, there are a number of distributions. So you have to choose that, and within that there will be a number of versions also. So basically you need to address all these questions and then you create a virtual machine. Same way for a container, we have container images. So where can I download all those containers? Where is the container images are present? The place is called, there are n number of places, but I'm just showing you an example which is actually called as Docker Hub, hub.docker.com. It is there, the URL and things, everything is being there in the document. You don't have to ask me any URL because when I provide that in the chat, it will be missed. That is why I document all the URLs on the notes. Okay, so if I miss any URL, you can let me know. I'll document that in the notes. It will be saved for the future also. Okay, so hub.docker.com is a place where you can find any container images. For example, Java. Yeah, so Java, it is actually called as OpenJDK. So if you want to run a Java container, that's it. This is the command, docker pull OpenJDK. That's it. And you can start using your Java. Likewise, if you want Python, so that is the powerful way in using Docker images, container images. So actually again, you should not address to be Docker images. I used to do the same. it should be called as container images. Whenever you learn something, learn it in the right way. Okay. So likewise, you can see for Ubuntu, you also have a Ubuntu, and you can just search whatever you want. There will be an image for that. Okay. So yeah, you might have a questions on Windows. So I don't have any experience related to Windows images, containers, and etc. So if you want to learn about it, you can just raise a support ticket. There are documents and things which is there in the Simply I Learn. They will provide you the documents. Okay. So these are called public images. Yeah. If you want to, so within the Docker Hub, you have both. Either you can create your own repository, so you can create your own image and then have it to be private, or you can publish to be public also. So it is up to you to decide. And there are other Docker registries. So this is actually called as container registry. The place where you store all the container images is actually called as container registry. The most common container registry which many people uses is called Docker Hub, but most of the companies will not use Docker Hub. They will create their own they will create their own container registry. You can research about AWS ECR, or in the GCP it is actually called as GCR. Likewise, in the Azure it is called as ACR. CR is container registry, Elastic container registry, Google container registry, Azure container registry. Right? So if you are using cloud, so we will be storing all the images, container images in those places. So you need to know what is a container registry. An example is Docker Hub. Okay. So let me stop here. So I have just scratched the surface of containers. I haven't shown you any Docker commands and things. So I'll be showing you how to use a public image, and later I'll be showing you, this is the application code which I have, and I'll explain about what is a Docker file, and we'll be creating our own images. So first I'll show you the public image, and then I'll show you how to create a container image on our own, and then how to create a container from the container images and those. So those things will be covered. Then finally I'll take you to, after knowing about Docker, so you see there are Dockers everywhere. After learning about Docker, I'll take you to Kubernetes. So that is the plan. Okay. So let's take a break. Yeah, I know I'm also from the same, background. So it is, you need to have dinner, etc. I know that. So that is why we go with 15 minutes break. So that is the maximum I could able to do. So I cannot go for 20 minutes or 30 minutes break. That is not allowed in Simply I Learn. So 15 is the maximum. Okay. So from next week, after 2 hours, that is 9 PM if you are in India, and you can calculate your time zone. So generally after 2 hours, we will get into a 15 minutes break. So that is the plan. But for today, everyone is new, and you are going to learn a lot of concepts. So that is why we will be having 2 different breaks, 15 minutes and 10 minutes break after some time. I hope that's worked for everyone. Can I get a response? Is that fine? And any comments, any suggestions? Good. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll meet after 15 minutes. So you don't have to see the screen. You have a watch or something. Just be back after 15 minutes. Thank you. Break is over. So Shantanu, if you get any errors on the lab, you can just raise a support ticket. Yeah. So others, can I get a confirmation from everyone? So it is you're back, can reply back as BACK, so that I know like everyone is back from the break. Got only very few responses. How about others? If you are back from the break, please respond as BACK on the question, on the chat. Cool. Yes. So let's get into the Docker lab, and let me show you the Docker lab and things. Okay. So the first thing first. So let's talk about the lab. So lab is going to have 3 VMs, as I've been saying for a longer time: master, worker 1, and worker 2. So right now, any node is not called as master, workers, and things. We have to install Kubernetes and things to make it to be a master node, worker nodes, and etc. I'll come back to that later. And by default, Docker will be installed on all the 3 machines. Docker version. Yeah, you can type a Docker version command. So from there you can understand there is a Docker is being installed. So for others, if you want to know about how to install Docker and things, I'll share the link in the last. If you want to know about, I want to install Kubernetes, Docker, and everything on my own. Here it has been installed already. But if you want to know from the scratch how you want to install and things, please raise the question in the last 15 minutes. I'll provide you a link, a Kubernetes link for you to see how you can download. Okay. Nice. So Docker commands. The first Docker command which we are going to see about Docker images. Second command is Docker PS. So what is a Docker images? It is going to list you all the images which is being available here. Docker PS is a command which will actually show you all the containers which is running. Okay. Docker PS will actually show you the container which is running, and when you do a Docker PS-A, which will actually show you all the containers, whether it is running or if it is excited or if it is terminated. So those it will be showing that with the PS-A. Okay. So now the first thing first, let me pull a image. So Docker pull Nginx. So if you want to know about Nginx, it is like it is kind of a Java, Python, and things. It is a one good software which we are going to install, and we'll be using this image quite a lot. So Docker pull Nginx, and likewise if you want to know about like OpenJDK or OpenJDK, so it will go to Docker Hub and then it will download the image for you. So we have downloaded 2 images. Now let's do a Docker images. You see there is a OpenJDK and there is a Nginx. Do not get confused with created. So I have downloaded the image right now, but it shows 10 days, 2 days, and etc. Those are the dates where it has been created in the Docker registry, container registry. Okay, it's not about the time when you have downloaded. It is about when it has been created in the container registry. Okay, you can see about the size and those. You can see like 471 MB, which is the size of a OpenJDK. This is the storage size. This is not the memory. Okay, do not confuse with those. Okay. So here you see there is a tag. So what does this tag is mean about? Let me go to there and then I'll just. So if you take any application that will have multiple versions, right? For example, Docker has multiple versions, Kubernetes has multiple versions, and example Android or Apple or whatever it is. So it is, and for example, if I take Android, it has multiple different versions, right? So we'll say about RU 4.0 above, and we'll talk about like there are what is that? There are n number of versions, and so when you take a software, you have multiple versions. So generally into so you can see them here in the tags. You can go to any image and then you can click on the tags. You can see n number of tags. Okay. So by default, if you didn't specify a tag, it will download the latest 3 days ago. So it will download the latest. So I haven't provided any tag here. So that is why it downloaded the latest. If I want to have a specific version of Java, for example, if I want Java 12 version, example, or let me call that to be a stable version. There is no stable. Okay. So likewise, it depends upon your application needs. So tags is nothing but versions. So here I have 12.0.2. So I can do it something like this. Docker full openjdk colon 12.0.2. So it will download only the specific version. Tags, versions, one and the same. Both are one and the same. Okay. So now when we execute Docker images command, you can see the difference. There will be both OpenJDK latest. You can see OpenJDK 12 as well. Both will be listed down. So by default, whenever you provide an image name, it will look for latest. Example, I'm going to do a RMI. RMI is nothing but I'm going to delete an image. I showed you how to create an image, how to verify whether the image has been downloaded using Docker images command, and the final command is Docker RMI. So let me try to delete a example. Let me delete OpenJDK. I didn't specify the tag, so it will take the latest. See the Docker images, latest is being deleted. So you could ask me a question, how can I delete the specific version? You have to specify the exact version. Okay, so that is how you delete, you download a specific version, you delete the specific version. So Docker images, you have deleted both the images, OpenJDK 12 and the latest. So that is a basic introduction into images. Yeah. So how can I start a container? So now you have a images which is being downloaded, right? So if I have a Docker, I have a Nginx image which is being downloaded. So how can I create a container from there? So these are optional. You can have your container name. I'll tell you the reason why do we need to have a container name, and I will explain about what is DT, IT and those things. But for now, I'm just creating a container for you. And finally, I'm going to provide the name of my image. My image is Nginx. So that is why I am providing the image here. So if you have a specific tag, you can also provide the tag. Yeah, that's it. So Docker PS, there is a container which is running. The name of the container is Nginx test. So if we want to stop a container, for example, Docker stop is the command. So here either I have to provide a container ID or I have to provide the name. So container ID, it is that you have to reach the mouse, click on the container ID, do a control V, so more steps. So that is why we provide the name while creating it. It will be easy for you to start, stop and those. So Docker PS, nothing has been there because it will show only the running container or active container. If you want to see all the containers, which is irrespective of the status, you can use a Docker PS-A command. How can I start the container again? I have stopped it. How can I start it again? Simple, Docker start command. So that is why I just asked you to create a container with the name. It will be easy to do the operation. So likewise, we will see the basics. So Docker stop. The best practice is if you want to delete a container, you have to do a stop. You have to stop the container and then do an rm command. RMI denotes removing the image, RM denotes removing the container. So now Docker PS-A, there is no containers which has been available. So these are very quick basic commands on Docker. So how to download an image, how to create a container, how to delete an image, latest image, specific image and etc. And you might ask me a question, I know about all the questions, so it is, let me create it something like this. So Docker run --name, let me take it to be Java, name of the container is Java. So DT, and then I'm going to say about OpenJDK. So before running this command, I didn't run this command, but before running this command, I just wanted to show you Docker images. So there is no image called OpenJDK which is available. So this is another example I just wanted to show you. If you don't have an image which has already been downloaded, but you have to create a container, it will actually create that. It will actually pull the image and then it will create a container for you. It will take some time. Yeah, now the image is being downloaded and then the container is being created. So now see the difference with Docker images. Yeah, image is downloaded and then there is a OpenJDK which is running. I mean this, you can see there is a Java, name of the container is called Java which is running. So just wanted to show you with multiple different types. And the same, people might ask me a question. So it is Java, I would say 12, and here I can use OpenJDK 12.0.2. So again it will download the 12.0.2 image because before it got downloaded latest. So now it will do a 12.0.2 image pull and then it will create a container. So Docker images for you, Docker PS-A and Docker PS command for you, right? Yeah. So now so far I just want you to be clear on how to pull images, access images and then delete the image. How to make use of that image to create a container and etc. Now let's deep dive into the container creating command. Okay. So we use the command called Let me explain about each and everything in detail. So this was the command we executed. Docker run --name. So --name nginx test, and then I used an option called -d. So what is a D? So D is basically called as detach. There is an attach and detach and those. So what is a D? D, you can call that to be a daemon mode, or you can, that is, the container is going to be running behind the scenes, or you can actual term is detached. Okay, so detached, and there is an IT. Okay, so detached DT, you know that it is like, if you do that, there is a container which will be created, and then you can access that. I'm going to show you with IT. IT is, when you use an option called IT, it will directly get you into that container. I'm now right inside a container. When I do a Control C, it will be terminated. That's it. That is the purpose of having an IT and purpose of having a DT. So generally what is being done? DT. So we always do by DT, and we will always have the container will be running behind the scenes. You can see the IT command. If I do a IT, it will get into an excited state, because I did a Control C, that will do an exit operation, and when I do an exit, that will get into an excited state. That is -DT IT for you. And finally, I have used a thing called -P. What is -P? -P is called port forwarding. Okay, the container port is 80, and I'm going to forward that traffic to my host, that is this virtual machine, that is 80. That is actually called as 80:80. So first 80 is going to denote my host. For example, I can do this something like this, 4000 or 400. Okay, and let me do it with the DT. I want to run this as a background. Yeah, name will be a conflict because there is an nginx test which is running already. So let me call this to be a live docker ps. Okay, nginx live is running. So now I can execute a command called curl, which is a command URL. So http://localhost. Instead of doing this in the browser, I'm going to do that with the curl command :400. Yeah, you get an output. Welcome to nginx. So localhost, you can research about what is localhost. So localhost is an loopback, which is networking. I'll talk about networking in the networking session. So localhost :400, which is the port which I have used. This is the host port, and this is the container port. Container port will be constant always. So whenever you create any port, so it is 8080, right? So the container port will be given by the image itself. If you go to nginx, and example, if I click on 1.21, so in the last it will say expose 80. So by this, by practice, I would say by practice, you will know what is the, if you use an image, you will know about what is the port number. Okay, so likewise for MySQL it is 3306, nginx 80. So likewise for each and every image there will be a port number which is constant. We could not change it. So that has been there with the Docker file. Okay, so if you want to know more about it, I'll share this Docker link, the Docker file link, for your understanding. Okay. So yeah, coming back to here. Yeah. So, and if you want to, let me do a Docker PS. So likewise, if you want to get into a container, exec -it and nginx live. So that is why I asked you to name the container, because stopping rm command, exe command, for anything you need to have the contain. You need to address the container, right? If it is a name, if it is name, if you have given the name, it will be easy to do that. If you didn't provide a name, there will be an auto-generated name. It will be something bigger. So it is hard to remember and then do that. So that is why I just asked you to do it. So and then this is the command. So this is a, yeah. So now I'm inside a container, nginx container. Yeah. So that is how. So here most of the commands and things will not work. So like IP and those commands will not work, but you can just see about Docker endpoint sh and those things. Yeah. So generally, so let me talk about this. Getting inside a container is not a recommended practice, because you should not change any configuration. You should not change anything within the container. If you want to do any changes, you have to do that in the container image, because everyone is going to rely on the container image, right? So if it works for you, it should work for others as well. So any changes which we are going to do, we should do that in the Docker file. We should not get into a container and then do that. So you can ask me a question. So if we should not do that, why it has been given? It has been given for troubleshooting. If you want to do something, mostly 90% is on the troubleshooting. That's it. So you should not add any files. You should not change anything within that particular container. So generally that is not advisable. Yeah. So if you want to read something, for example, I want to see about environment variables. I want to see my environment variables. Yeah, these are valid cases. This will be used for troubleshooting purpose. But you should not get in, generally you should not get into a container to do that. Okay. So let me do a history and then show you. So basic commands are covered. So like RMI, RM and those, everything is being covered. How to create a container and more detailed into it. And if you want to know more about it, you might be having your own use cases, right? So always I'll provide the knowledge extension. So it should not stop with what I am showing you. If you want to learn more into it, if you are interested and if you want to learn more into it, you can always use -help command, which will actually show you all the options. Whatever options it is being, like I showed you man page for man command for Linux commands, to learn about Linux commands. If you remember, I executed man ps command. So likewise, you can do docker run -help, and for any command you can run that. So docker run help, or if you want to know more about docker RMI help, so anything you can just do it. Okay. So the next step is, so let me check whether I have covered everything on the notes. Yeah, cleanup. I think I didn't tell you about cleanup. So right now, sorry, docker ps and ps-a. This has 4 containers, right? So how can I delete them? How can I delete everything? So I can use something like this: docker stop first, because you need to stop the container first. So this is a nested command in Linux. You can, so how it works is, first Linux command will execute docker ps-aq, So what is AQ? You know about what is A. What is about Q? Q will give you only the container ID, which is used for automation purpose. So right now we are just doing an automation. So like I'm going to stop all the containers which is on this node. Yeah. Now do a docker ps-a. Yeah, it will be there, but if you can do a docker ps-a, everything is in excited state. So that is the good part about docker stop nested command, and now I can run docker rm command. Okay. So likewise, images. Yeah. So docker, it deleted all the images. Docker images, nothing will be there. So just showed you how to automate things as well. So that will be the way we will be learning basics and then little advanced concepts as well. So with my speed, I'm not sure whether people could able to, people can follow, but people could not execute in the meantime. So you don't have to do it along with me. I'll be giving 10-15 minutes after I have completed the whole docker commands. Like I have completed part 1, I'll be doing a part 2, which is creating our own image and then executing it. I'll be doing that, and after completing this, I'll be giving you 10-15 minutes for you to do it. For whoever is interested to do it now, they can. Otherwise, it is recommended. Take the download, or you have the document with you, you have the lab with you, and you can do it anytime, which is fine for you. Okay. So now we are going to see about the part 2, which is I'm going to create our own docker image. So let me create a directory called docker, getting into a docker. So mkdir is called make directory and change directory cd, and I'm getting into a docker. So now let me create a file called app.js. You don't have to worry about what is the content of this app.js. Consider there is a developer, and the developer is going to give you this code. That's it. The developer had given you the code, and now you are going to convert this code into a docker image. So I'm going to show you how to create a docker image from this file. Okay. Yeah. Please bit slow while explaining on labs. Okay. So let me stop here. So let me know if you have any questions, Kaushik, on the docker, the part 1. Yeah, I'll go slow, but I can understand that. But so that is why I took a pause. Yeah, sure. I'll do the so difference between RMI. RM is used for deleting the container. RMI is used for deleting the container image. Please share the command. Yes, for sure, I'll do that. So generally, command history, you can have that for reference, but do not take that as a Bible or something, because I might execute sometimes wrong command and then correct that with the right command in the next. So it will be little confusing, but I can understand. With the history, you can get all the commands, and yeah, and you can we can also see the flow, how that is being done, for us to continue the lab when you have provided time. Yeah, for sure. I'll just take a copy of the history and then put that into a notepad. Yeah, sure. Those are doable. Yeah. Okay, so I can understand my flow is little fast. So I tend to do that. So I'll control my flow. Yeah, thank you. Sure. So let me get into the part 2, that is creating our own application. This is our application. You don't have to know about what is these things and etc. But here you can see there is a log which is going to get printed, and when you these are the this is actually the output which you will be getting. So hello Docker chief, and so just see about all these things. I'll show you when this will be shown to you. Okay. So this is a file which has been there, and now we are going to create a Docker file. So vi, when you are creating a Docker file, I'll tell you what is Docker file, why to have a Docker file, and what is the purpose of that and everything. But for now, when you create a Docker file, you have to create that with a D capital. So that is the standard Docker follows. So D capital, F small. So if you do that, when you are creating an image, it will be easy. Otherwise, I'll show you an alternate thing also. So standard is this one, Docker file. You can go here and then copy the Docker file and explain you about each and everything. So like Java, we have other programming language called Node. This is also a backend. Java is a backend, Python is a backend, Node is also a backend, which is most popular. So if you are a developer or if you are part of a developing community, you know about it. So Node, what is from? From is called import. I hope everyone here knows about import. Is there anyone who doesn't know what is import? For sure, everyone should be part of a computer science background, and you have went through C, C++ programming and those, and Java as well. So it is, yeah, okay. I didn't see any response. Okay, but like import. So what does from denote? It is an import. So we are going to use, this is actually called as parent image. So we are going to create an image. We are going to create our own container image. So if we want to create something on our own, we will abstract with something at the starting, right? So that is why we have a parent image. Okay. So this is node:6. Likewise, you can go to Docker Hub, go to the search bar at the top, search for node. Yeah, there is a node, and tags can just search for 6. I'm just showing you, I mean, to show you that this is a valid image, likewise 6.0 example. There will be much more, but we are using a very older image, so that is why it is taking some time. It will be at the bottom. Okay, no problem. So it will be at the bottom. So Docker 6 is a version which we are using. It is up to you to decide. It is up to the developer to decide whatever. For example, if you know about Java, many people uses Java 12 nowadays. If you talk about 2022, whoever develops it, they will be having that with Java 12. Just give me a second. So likewise, if you are part of a development world, you know about it. So for example, if you are part of Windows, you know about, I'm using a Windows 10. So likewise, right? So when you use something, you know about the version. So likewise, Node developers knows there are multiple versions of Node available. So likewise, that is how the version image is being, the image version is being chosen. Okay. So here we are going to use node:6. What is a working directory? So on a container, you can, so within the container there will be multiple directories. I'll show you that. I'll do a docker exe command after creating a container from the image, and then I'll show you. But for now, imagine there is a directory called /app. So example, so within our Linux virtual machine, you have these many directories, bin, dev, home, and those. So likewise, the node image which we are using, is going to have a directory called /app, yeah, and we are going to add or copy any command you can use. So we are going to copy all the contents within the dot chase all content to a /app directory, and we are going to open a port called 80. Any application will run on a port, right? For example, Java generally people start the application on 8080. Likewise, Node, they start that on 80. MySQL database, MySQL or MySQL, they started on 3306. So likewise, by experience, by doing all these things, by getting into a company, doing all these things, you will get to know about all these things. Okay, and finally, we are going to start the application. So how to start application? So you know about Java, right? So Java Java. So we used to compile that as Java C, and then we use Java file name, right? So likewise, in Node we use node space the file name app.js. So that is the explanation for this Docker file. I have commented the each and every explanation. So this is a Docker file for you. The Docker file always start with an image, parent image, and then it will followed by, it will have the starting command. Okay, so any questions? So it is, where do I get the content of Docker file? I think you are missing the session. So it is there for anything which I copy or do whatever it is, it will be there in the notes. If you didn't see that in the notes, you can let me know. So 95% or everything will be there in the notes. The Docker file is in the notes. Okay, next question. Why are we not using the latest image of? You can use the latest image. I don't deny that, but it is up to the developer to choose. So in this example, I'm just using 6. You can also use latest, but I haven't tested this with the latest. So that is why I'm just using a Node 6. So Jenkins is also 8080. Yeah, Jenkins behind the scenes it is a Java, so that is using 8080. What is a node here? So node is nothing. Do not confuse this node with virtual machine and etc. Node is a programming language. You can research that later. How to know the working directory of a specific language? That comes through practice. Docker file is for creating. Yeah, I'm not getting into those questions because that is upcoming topic. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for all the questions. I hope I answered all your questions. So we have a Docker file, and now we are going to use a command to create our own Docker image. Okay. So how to do that? Let me show you. So we'll be using a command called docker build command. This is a new command which I am going to show you. Docker build -t. That is a syntax, and you have to provide your image name. So here it is a node application, so that is why best practice is that you have to provide a version tag. We should call this to be a tag. We should not call this to be a version. So in the container concept, this is actually called as image : image tag. Okay, and if you have followed the standard, for example, Docker file D capital F small, this will be automatically taken. Okay, if you have not followed that, you have to use a command called, option called -f. So I'm just trying to show you with everything. Finally, a dot. Dot represents, if you have seen Robo movie or something like that. So the robo will say a dot at the end. So that means the end of the command. Okay. So there are a number of options within the Docker build command. So we are going to stop with -t and -f alone. So that is why we give a dot. Without a dot, it will wait for other options. So that is why we are using dot. Likewise, in any Linux command, you can use a dot. That means end of the command. So we have 5 steps. What is 5 steps? We have 5 lines of code. Docker file code. Line number 1, line number 2, likewise line number 5. So that is why it says steps. Step number 1, parent image. Step number 2, changing to a working directory and copying the file, exposing to 80, and finally a command, right? So what happens behind the scenes is it will create an image or image layer for those things. It is, I don't want to get into that. So what is the image layer? I mean, if you worked on a Photoshop or if you worked on multiple things, there will be layers. When you combine all the layer, that will be an image. You can also split the layer and things. So I'm not getting there. So each and every step will create a layer, and finally you have the image, and this is the image ID, and there is a image name : version. So what is the command to do that? Docker images. So node -app is our own thing, and the tag is 0.1. Yeah. So likewise, if you change anything, for example, I'm going to modify something in the Docker file. So instead of dot, I'm going to say app.js. I want to copy only app.js. I don't want to copy all the directory. So now let me execute the same command, but here I'm going to append with the newer version. Instead of 0.1, I'm going to use 0.2. Now you can see it has run faster because we haven't modified any other layers. So we have just modified one step, so it will run faster. So now let me run a Docker images. You see there is a 0.1 tag, 0.2 tag. So this is continuous integration for you. If you are from a DevOps background, you know about DevOps is all about continuous integration, continuous delivery. Whenever there is a code changes, you build a new image tag. That is continuous integration. For each and every commit which is being done on the Git, there will be a new image which will be created. Image tag will be created. So that is how continuous integration works with respect to container world. Okay. So from here you know how to create a containers and etc. Docker run command, Docker run. So now let me give a name. So let me give it to be my app. Okay, and let me give a port number. So here let me use 300 port number, and what is the port number we have to provide? It is 80, right? Because I have used expose 80, that is why I'm giving 80 here, and let me give DT. I want to run this in the behind the scenes, so it is DT detached mode. And what is the image which I am going to use? Node app 0.2. Docker run, sorry, Docker PS, good. And how to see the logs? Logs -f, or you can just use logs itself, and you can use the name. Again, I'm showing you an advantage in having a container name for stop, rm, exe, logs. For all these commands, you need a name. So you can, if you have a name, it will be easy for you to use the command. Yeah. So let me repeat again. So docker run, and then name of my container -p. This is my host port, and this is my container port, and dt detached mode, and the container image colon tag number. So one second. Just want to silence the phone. Thank you. So docker logs and docker logs, and then you can do a curl http :/ localhost : what is the port number? Right, 300. Yeah, hello Docker Chief. Now look at the app.js. So hello Docker Chief. So this is the content which has been shown here, and console.log. Yeah, server is running in the port number and things. You can see that. So this is a log message, and this is a output which you get when someone access the application. So how can I access an application which is running inside a container? You can do that using curl command, but you have to make sure you have exposed the port. You have used the port forwarding option -p. So questions: explain Docker build command and difference between tag and version. I think I've done that multiple times, no problem. So Docker build command, okay? Docker build -t is a command, and I'm going to provide a image name. So this is our custom image. So I'm giving a Docker image command, image here, container image here, and this is a tag. Tag, version, both one and the same. In the container world, in the container image, the way we version them is called as tag. Yeah. Did I answer your question? So any other questions? So docs implement present directory. I'm not sure about the dot. It is the end. Dot represents end of the command. Did each image will get separate memory? Not image will not get a memory. So container will have a memory and CPU and what is that? Storage, IP address, and those. Image. So for example, whether your CD, I'm referring to my example before. We had a Windows CD, right? So Windows CD, it is a space of the image, right? It is a space of the image. That's it. It does not representing memory. So I think you have got confused here. Docker images. This is the size of the image. This is not about memory. When you see Docker ps-a, here Docker ps, I think yeah, -site. Yeah. So this, so everywhere you could only see, this thing, the size of the container, size of the image. During the Kubernetes session, I'll show you how are we how are we going to set about the memory, CPU, and etc. Okay. So without tag, can we create a container? No. If you didn't specify a tag, by default it will take the latest. You could not create a container image without a tag. So if your question is without a tag, can we create a container? Yeah, I mean, see, tag is going to represent the version. If you don't specify, it will go by latest. I'll give you a example. Docker run command. You will see it will fail. Docker run command. I'm going to give a different name here. So 01 something, and here I'm not going to give a tag. See what is going to happen. See the response. By default, it will look into latest tag. If it is not there locally or if it is not there in the Docker Hub, it will not create a container. That simple it is. I hope I answered your question. So cat, what does that cat mean? So these are, so yeah, cat to view the file content, please explain the curl command and okay, so see, those are the basic Linux command. That is why I said without Linux it is going to be hard for you to understand Docker commands, Kubernetes and everything. Okay, request you to come here, go to Linux, read about all the commands. At least note down all the commands which I am using. Do a man. Right? So Linux is basics, and I'll try to explain each and every. I'm doing it. You can see that in the recording also. Cat means I'm reading the file. Whatever the content, which is something new. If you are from a Windows background, always when you double click on a file, it will open in an edit mode. But in Linux, we have read mode and we have write mode and etc. So cat is used for reading the content of a file. But going forward, I cannot explain each and every Linux command. I would request everyone to be prepared with the Linux command. At least note down all the Linux commands which I am using and do a research. I showed you how to do that as well. Okay. So to be a Kubernetes administrator or to be a DevOps, Linux is for sure. Linux is a ABCD for learning English. So please explain. Okay, we'll show the content of a file. Can we map every app images in Nginx exposed to a local internet? Yeah, you can do that. But it is not a local internet. If you want, yeah, you can use. You have to use different port number. For example, Docker run command. Okay. See, there is a container which is running with 300 port number. If I run it again, it will not work because 300 port is already allocated. Okay. So from an image, you can create n number of containers. From a one single image, you can create n number of containers. But if you are using a port forwarding, you have to use different ports. So I'm showing it right away. Okay, so there is a name config. Now we have to create it with a different name. Yeah. So Docker with the same image, you can see here with the same image, I have created multiple containers. I hope that answered your question. Okay, so in Docker file we mentioned node 6. Okay, here node. Okay, that is a parent image. Node:6 is a parent image, and node-app is our user defined image which we have created from the parent. See, the node 06, node colon 6 is just a library. It's just going to have a node. App.js, I have added app.js. See here, this is a parent image. Using the parent image, for example, this is a kind of a, I would say, I don't want to give any other example, but just okay. So node 6 is the parent image. Using the parent image, I have created my own image with my code in it. This is my code. So that is the difference. Can we go over the build Docker build again? Okay. Not sure why I'm not getting an error. Why am I getting an error on my end? Okay. So yeah, missing argument. Okay. How to check the port number of the host? How to check the occupied port and ports available? Run command by control. Okay. This is the command. Okay, it has not been installed. So you need to install the command, and then if you see, it will actually show you net-nltp is the command. Yeah. So this will list down all the ports. So you can see here 300, 301. So likewise, you can see all the port numbers. So the command is called net-nltp. So I have one pending question. Yeah, these are the ports which is in use. Okay, so I have one pending question which is you want me to show the Docker build command. So you can see that from the document also. If you have any questions, please let me know. So not in use, it is if you didn't see a number, you can use that number. For example, 302 is not being there. You can use that. That's it. Okay, so try to use one single chat so that you break it to multiple. It is hard for me to understand. Yeah, no problem. So thank you for all your questions. So that's the basics with respect to Docker containers and everything. But after this, I'm going to tell you a story. It is for learning Kubernetes. You don't have to know about Docker commands. That's the truth. To learn Kubernetes, you don't need to know about all the Docker commands and everything. Okay? So Kubernetes has its own commands and things, which will, some commands will actually look alike with Docker commands. When creating a Kubernetes, people wants to have a same feeling with Docker commands. So that is why they have some commands will match and some commands will not match and etc. We'll talk about that later. But Docker basics is required for you to do anything. So generally it is, if you ask me a question whether I'm executing Docker commands day to day as a Kubernetes administrator, no, I'm not doing it. Yeah. So you have missed a dot at the end. That is why I said just listen to me when I'm doing it. So that is why I said dot is important. Without a dot, it will throw you an error. Okay. So I'm getting started. Sorry. So back to the concept. As a basics, you need to know about, yeah, as a basic you need to know about Docker commands, but just not that, you have to know Docker to learn about Kubernetes. Okay. So that being said, let me ask a question now. I have created containers here. Can I have everyone's attention, please? Yes. I hope everyone is seeing the screen. Right. Thank you. So Docker PS. Right now I'm stepping into Kubernetes right now. So that is why I just want everyone's attention. Okay. So the document is there, the lab is there, and you have a time for sure. You can try the lab at your available time, but you will not be having me throughout the day. We are going to have a discussion only 4 hours in a day, 2 days in a weekend. So having a discussion with me and listening to me is most important than doing the lab. I hope everyone understands that. Okay. So that is why when I say, can I have your attention, please see to the screen and hear to me well, then continue on your lab. Whenever I'll provide you some time for you to do it as well. If you miss it, because I'm now going to explain about a groundbreaking rule about Kubernetes. If you miss this, you will not know the difference between Docker and Kubernetes. The first question to you, the first question which many people ask when learning Kubernetes is, through Docker, right in front of me, I could able to create a container. Docker is good enough to create containers and everything. Then why we should need a Kubernetes? That is an obvious layman question. Yeah. So we need to create a container. So Docker is creating a container. Why should I need a Kubernetes now? So what is the purpose of having a Kubernetes? So a question back to that question. I have created containers where I have created multiple containers on one mission, that is master. If I want to create containers on worker 1, I have to get into worker 1. For example, I'm now getting into worker 1, Docker PS. Do I have any containers which is running here? There will be no containers which will be running. Example, consider this diagram. I have 5 virtual machines. Each and everything is a virtual machine. On each and every virtual machine, I have a Docker installed. I have a container image. I have a container image called blue. This blue. Okay. I want to create 7 containers from a blue image. How will you do it? You will SSH into the first virtual machine, create 1. Second virtual machine, create 1. Third, fourth virtual machine, you will create 3. Likewise, on the 5th, you will create 2. So you manually log into each and every node and then create your virtual machine. What happens? Your container getting terminated. How will you manage this? Again, you will get back to that and you will say, I have a busy work. Yeah. So that is how that is being done before having Kubernetes. Now, after having Kubernetes, what is that you are going to do is, you are going to talk to Kubernetes. You don't have to talk to each and every Docker. So instead of that, you are going to directly contact Kubernetes. Just say, yeah. So in this picture, without Kubernetes, I have 5 nodes. If I want to create a container on 5 nodes, I want to log into that virtual machine or node, I need to create a container. Likewise, I showed you Docker PS. So these are the containers which we have created on master node. Did I do anything on worker node? No. So that is why it is empty. Likewise, if I do it on worker 2, correct? So if I want to create containers on a node, I have to log into that container, I have to log into that node, and then I have to create a container when it has a Docker. But after having Kubernetes, I can execute the Kubernetes command. I can actually provide some data to a Kubernetes that this is my container image. My container image is called blue. I need 7 identical containers. That's it. That is the one single line. Those are the 2 things which I am going to provide to Kubernetes. This is my container image, and these many containers I need. That's it. Kubernetes is going to take care of creating the container at available places. It will see what are all the nodes which is available. I have 5 which is occupied, which is not occupied, and it is going to create the containers from your image at available places. That is the purpose of Kubernetes. Part of the concept, we call that to be orchestration. Yeah, if orchestration is a new word if you are hearing for the first time, I hope everyone listen to our music. So music is nothing but a sound from different devices, so from different instruments, I would say, and you could see there is a instrument. At a time an instrument goes down and another instrument comes up. That is actually the orchestration. Orchestra does, and then you get a music out of it. Likewise, you have multiple virtual machines. On each and every virtual machine there is a Docker installed, and that has been connected with Kubernetes. Now Kubernetes will actually see the space where the container can be created. It depends upon multiple mechanism, multiple algorithm. We are going to see about all those things in detail. That is actually called as scheduling. I'll talk about scheduling later. Okay, so it is going to see the available place where it can create, and then it will download the image, and then it will create the containers at available places. Not only this, they have to communicate within each other, and likewise there are multiple. So compute, storage, networking, all 3 are going to work together to create a container for you. That is orchestration. So Kubernetes is used for that purpose. Okay. Yeah, can we say orchestration of containers? Yes, you are right. So will Kubernetes, yeah, so people used to address Kubernetes as K8s. What is K8s? If you see the word called Kubernetes, there is 8 characters between K and S. So that is why people address that to be K8s. It is not K8s, and those are wrong way in addressing that. It is actually called as K8s, short form K8s. But I always used to address that to be Kubernetes. Okay. So will Kubernetes do a health check on the nodes? Obviously it is. So when the node is if the node is not reachable, how will a Kubernetes can create a container? Always it will do a health check. I'll get into that. Okay. Can be any container, not only Docker. So yeah, Docker is a tool. Likewise, you have multiple tools. You can research about Podman, which is an alternate for Docker. So likewise, we have many things, but just an example, Podman. Okay, so let me take you into Kubernetes architecture now, and then we'll call out a 10 minutes break. So within a Kubernetes, there is, so this is our lab architecture. We are going to have a Kubernetes master node, and we are going to have worker nodes. This is worker 1 and this is worker 2. I'll talk about each and every concepts in detail, and we are going to cover each and every concept in more detail. Okay. So we have networking sessions, we have storage sessions, we have scheduling session, and we have controller session. So in each and every session, I'm going to get you into detail, but this is a introductory session for you to understand what is master, what are all the components stored within the master, and how does master and worker node architecture is being done. So those are the core areas which we are covering today, and later we will be getting more in detail about each and everything. What is a controller, what is scheduler, and likewise what is kube proxy, so kubelet, so etc. Okay, so I'll stop here. I'll start a 10 minutes break, and then we'll come back here. Is that sounds good? So let me complete this question, and then I'll get a response from everyone. How to publish Docker images into Docker Hub? We will be covering in the session. No, that is not part of the session. You can research about Docker push command. So you have to do a Docker login. So generally these will be covered in the DevOps, and it will be covered in the Docker. So part of, so I cannot access from here, but actually part of Simply I Learn, it is there are a number of courses. So generally if you want to know more about into Docker, so there is a Docker Captain certification is there. There is a separate course which is available, and there is a DevOps. So over there also they teach you more into Docker. So answering to your question, Kiran, so it is how to push our images into Docker Hub. You can use a Docker login command. You have to create an account in a Docker Hub, and then you have to use a Docker login command in your virtual machine. So you will be providing the username and password, and then you can use a Docker push command. Okay, so you can research about this. So what are the chances that port number 300? So good question, very good question. Dev project and hosted on 300. So based on environment, how the port number is going to change exactly. So that is the pain point in using a Docker commands. If you are trying to manage your containers using Docker commands, this is the issue, because you have to see what is the available port number which is there, and then you have to make it I mean, if it has not been available, you need to choose a different port number, you have to use it. So those pain points are going to be covered by Kubernetes. You don't have to worry about those. So that is the purpose of having Kubernetes. So you are going to mention about only the, what is that, container port, and Kubernetes can automate. So that is actually called as node port. I'll be covering that part of networking, because port is part of networks. So it will be covered in the networking session, and over there, if you want to know it immediately, you can research about Kubernetes node port, NODE node port. So it is going to auto generate a port number, and from there you can actually access it. So yeah, I'll discuss more about that port ranges and things part of networking. So generally, to answer to your question, so generally Kubernetes uses 30,000 to 32,000 port number. This is the port range which will be used by a Kubernetes when doing a port forwarding. Okay, I'll cover about those later. So let me quickly get a response from everyone. Do you need a 10 minutes break? Yes or no? Or can I continue? Thank you. Yeah, fine. So you go for a 10 minutes break and then I'll take you to cluster setup. Thank you. We'll meet after 10 minutes. So as usual, if you're back from the break, please provide that in the chat. Okay. Can I get a response from everyone, please? Without that, without your response, I'll not know whether you are back or not. Thank you. Thank you. So let's get into, yeah, thank you for all your responses. Yeah. So let's get into the architecture of Kubernetes. So I have a lot of architecture. So let's talk about our lab setup. I think I've explained about the lab setup. So we'll be having a master node and we will be having two worker nodes. So master node, you know why it is called as a master node, because it is going to send the command to everything. So to everything, that is why it is called as to be a master, which is going to manage Kubernetes containers and everything. Why it is called as worker nodes? That is because in Kubernetes we call each and every containers and things, whatever we create them. So we call that to be workloads. Okay. So all our containers, whatever the containers which we are going to create using Kubernetes, will be running on the worker nodes. So that is why we call them to be worker nodes. Okay. So that is why it is called as worker node 1, worker node 2, and etc. Okay. So that is the basics about all these things. Okay. So this is not something new which you are learning. You have learned about master slave architecture and those before. So slave should not be the word, should be used in the industry hereafter. So that is why we were not using slave. So instead of that, we are using as worker node. Okay. So how does master node and worker node communicate between each other? Agent, right? So many people knows about it. It is an agent. So there will be an agent which will be installed on each and every worker node. The agent will actually receive the command from the master and then do all the operation on that particular node. So agent is the one which is going to maintain the communication with master. So who will talk to the agent? Only the master is allowed to talk to the agent. So these are the basic things between master slave architecture, and that has been done by the agent. So the agent here is actually called as kubelet. So you will see kubelet is the Linux service which will be running on each and every worker node. Okay. So kubelet is a service which will be running, and let's talk about master node components. Within master, what are all the components which is being there, and then I'll explain about each and everything. Okay. So consider master is a kind of a company. Yeah. So for example, there is a company you see and you want to do some inquiry about a company. For example, you see a company and then you enter into that company's building, and what you do, there is a reception, right? And within the reception, you can ask any questions and they will direct you with the directions, or they will answer to your questions. So on the master, it is actually called as API server. So we are the developer or operator who knows how to talk to a Kubernetes master. So we use a command called kubectl command. I'll talk about those things later, but we'll be using a command called kubectl to interact anything with API server. So anything with master. The way we can talk to a master is actually called as API server. If you are planning to create, if you are asking a master to create 5 containers with an image. It will go to API server. API server will direct the question to controller manager and scheduler. And based on that, the containers are going to get created on worker nodes. So do not worry about pods and those. I'll be discussing about what is pod, what is kubeproxy, what is kubelet, and each and everything. But on the day 1, that is today, our focus is only on these 4 components. And later to a point in time, we will discuss about each and every component, other components in detail. Okay. So more functionality about a scheduler will be covered in scheduling session, controller manager, and etc. So I think I've talked about it before. So API server. Now you know the purpose of API server. Any communication to a master will hit API server. Any communication from the external world, for example, kubelet wants to talk to a master, API server. We are a developer, operator, whoever it is, we are going to contact a master that is being done by the API server. Okay, so that is the purpose of API server. API server is very lightweight. It is going to receive the command and then it is going to direct the commands to either controller manager or scheduler. Okay, so what does the controller manager is going to do? There was a question before. So there will be a heartbeat or something. How will a Kubernetes master know whether the nodes are live or not? So I don't want to get into that question, but generally it is controller manager is the main component which is going to make sure the node is always running or not. Worker nodes. If I have 2 worker nodes, both the worker nodes is going to send me a message. A regular interval, on a regular interval, there is a message which will be sent from each and every worker node to controller manager. That is actually called as heartbeat. Heartbeat. So HEART, heart, BEAT. The heartbeat timestamp will be sent to a controller manager saying that I am alive and you can give me all the requests. So not only that, if you are creating containers, who is going to make sure your container is always up and running? If there is an issue, if your container is being deleted automatically, who is going to create new containers? Again, it is called as controller manager. So controller manager is the one who is going to control the nodes, as well it is going to control the containers which is going to get created within the nodes. That is the purpose of controller manager. So scheduler, there is just one duty, one task for a scheduler. Obviously you know about that. It is going to schedule the pods, schedule the containers on the available worker nodes. For example, you want to create a container. So scheduler will actually look for the size or the available space and resources on each and every worker node. And based on the availability, the scheduler is going to pick a node and then it is going to create your container there. We will be seeing them more in detail. Let me show you that. So we are going to see about workloads tomorrow, and in the next week we are going to see about scheduling. So over there I'll talk about a lot of things: node name, node selector. So you might ask me a question. Scheduler will actually automatically choose one node and then place our container. If you want to specify a scheduler, no, I want to create my container only on worker 2. Will that be possible in Kubernetes? Yes, that is possible. We'll be seeing them in the scheduling exercise. And what is this HCD? See, on a Kubernetes, we are going to create worker nodes, we are going to create many containers. If you just think about the container, what are all the properties which a container is going to have? Just think about it. There will be a name of a container. There will be a container image. There will be a container CPU, memory, storage, IP address, etc. So, one particular container is going to have multiple data. So, likewise, each and every worker node is going to have multiple data. For example, the worker node is going to say, this is my total memory and this is allocated and this is free. So, if you think about data, there are n number of data. To store all the data, we have a database called HED. You can call this to be etcd or you can call this to be HED. The right way in calling this is HED. Okay. So, that is the purpose of all the 4 components. Okay. So, now one second. Let me add the notes for you so that you can also follow along with me. Just give me a second. Let me add the notes for you and as well for me to refer. So, scheduler will create the containers, not the controller manager. So, scheduler will create it and then controller manager is going to manage the containers. That is the flow. I hope I answered your question. Okay. So, now we are going to, I don't want to get into pod now because again getting back to here, if you have any questions you can just see the content. So, we are actually here, cluster setup and your question is here. So, I don't want to talk about pod right now. So, one container, multi-container. So, I'll talk about pod tomorrow. We already studied how to create a container. The same process will be for, you can wait for some time and you will get that answer tomorrow. You will see the difference. For sure, I hope you liked the session today and have some trust on me and I'll be showing you, I'll be addressing this question tomorrow for sure. I can understand your excitement and we'll for sure that will be answered. Yeah, fine. So I'm using a single window. So right now it is 1 second. Yeah. So I'll be closing the chat. Okay, no problem. So I'll just place the chat for some time. Yeah. So right now we are in the master node. Okay. So we are in the master node and we have worker 1, worker 2. So let me close the other tabs and then open it again. Okay. Open whenever it is required for me. Okay. So I have work master. I am on the master node right now. Okay. And now let me talk about the task which we are going to perform now. So we have 3 virtual machines: master, worker 1, worker 2. So how to install Kubernetes on the master node? So I have a master right now. how to install a master, we will be using a command called kubeadm, that is Kubernetes administrator can know more about it here. It has all the commands and things, etc. So kubeadm, bootstrapping a secure Kubernetes cluster. Okay, so bootstrapping is nothing but you are creating a fresh Kubernetes cluster using a kubeadm command. So kubeadm is used for that purpose. Okay, so the first command which we will be using is called kubeadm init. So you can see that is the first mission, that is on the master node is our first mission, and after that we are going to use kubeadm join command. So on the master mission we are going to use kubeadm init command, and in the worker nodes we are going to use kubeadm join command. Okay, that's it. So let me come back to the document. So master node see, the most important thing about this cluster setup is you have to follow all the commands as in the document. For example, if you are following this command and then skipping all the commands and right away getting into this command, it will not work. It has to be executed in sequence and you should not miss any commands. If you miss any commands, you will have hard time in setting your cluster. Okay? Yeah, this is a one-time setup. You're right. So kubeadm init, and I'm going to use an option called node name because in our, so generally it takes the host name. This is the host name. What is the host name in Linux? It is actually the name of the Linux node. That is actually called as name of the virtual machine. That is actually called a host name, which is being given for us is something like this. From this, I could not understand anything. So that is why I'm going to provide my node name as master. Yeah. So this is going to run a lot of, this is an automated command. So by running this kubeadm init command, there are n number of things which is going to happen. And I'll be talking about each and everything in detail. So what happens first? The first is called pre-flight. Pre-flight is a prerequisite. So when you run this kubeadm init, which will basically check behind the scenes, it will basically check whether you have proper proper CPU memory and those for you to run the Kubernetes, and then it will actually download all the images, container images. I'll talk about that later. Okay, so it is going to download all the images, and then it will create the certificates. So what is certificates and why it is used? Why certificates are being used? Let me talk about that. So API server is going to run as a container. Controller manager is going to run as a container. Scheduler, again it is a container, and etcd is also a container. If API server wants to communicate with controller manager, they have a secured mechanism in communicating between each other that is being done by certificates. If you are not familiar with certificates, no issues. It is not that required for you to know about certificates. It is more related to security. Okay. So those are the certs which has been done, and there is a kubeconfig. I'll talk about kubeconfig. So we are going to use this admin.config file. I'll talk about that, and then it is going to start the kubelet. and finally bootstrapping is done. So you can see this command. So your Kubernetes control plane has initialized successfully. That means your master node is completed, it has been done, and now you have to configure your worker nodes. You can see you can join n number of worker nodes by running the following command as root. Let me go back to my document, we have executed this command, done, and next line I have given you this copy kubeadm join command. This is the kubeadm join command which is available. I am just closing the chat for now. I will open the questions and then answer your questions after completing the cluster setup. Let me complete the cluster setup and then I will answer to each and every question. So until then, write your questions in your notepad, kindly wait. So most probably your questions will be covered, and if it is not being covered, please ask that in the chat window. Okay. So I am going to copy my kubeadm command and I am going to open a text editor, save this file. Yeah. So I have copied my kubeadm command and then I have that in a notepad or whatever it is. Okay. So here I use a text editor, and if you are using a Windows, I hope you have a notepad. Okay. Just have that in a notepad. That was the second. So this is most important. If you miss this join command, yeah, I have a plan B, but kindly copy the kubeadm join command. If you didn't copy, you have to regenerate it again. Okay. And then the next step is you have to run these commands. Let me talk about these commands. This is the directory. This is the directory which will be created for Kubernetes purpose. Okay. So the container specification, configuration, everything is going to be stored here. So there is a admin config file. So coming back to our diagram, developer operator, I want to talk to API server. So now we have a master. I want to interact with my master. So to interact with the master, you need to do all these commands. So what does this command is going to do? It is going to have your Kubernetes admin configuration in this place. So whenever you execute, for example, if I execute kubectl get nodes, it will say connection to this is not successful, it is refused, and those. If you get this error, 90% of the people who are part of my session will used to get this error because they will not have the kube config file. You should be having a kube config. So you need to have the configuration. Without the configuration, for sure it will not work. So that is the mandatory for a Kubernetes configuration. So what is inside this Kubernetes configuration? Let me use a cat command and then show you. So this is going to have keys, secured keys, and then it is going to have a username. This is my username, Kubernetes admin, and within that I am going to have a certificate. So this is a certificate, which is kind of a password. This is my username and this is my password, and it will also have the server IP address. This is my master IP address : API server port number. Port number is 644. These are constants. Whenever you get into any Kubernetes cluster, you will see this. There will be a master IP : your port number. So by this, what we understand is through this admin config, you have the username, password, and where is your master, and what is your master IP address, and your username, password, and those. With this data, you are going to execute kubectl command. Kubectl is a command which will help us in interacting with API server. For example, there is a Docker service which is running on my local, right? How can I access Docker? That is using Docker commands. Likewise, if there is a Kubernetes which is running, if I want to interact with the Kubernetes, I'll be using a kubectl command. To interact with the kubectl command, you need to have this configuration file. Without this, it will not work. So 95% people will not follow this, and then they will question about they could not do anything. So I have executed the 3 commands, and then I'm going to run a kubectl get nodes command. Now I got the output. So without executing this, I hope you would have observed the screen. Kubectl get nodes, it says the connection to the server localhost 8080 was refused. This is the default statement which a Kubernetes will call you, because you don't have a configuration, and after running this command, so after running these 3 commands, so what does the first command do? It will create a .cube file on your home directory. The second command will actually copy the admin config and then place it in the new directory where you have created. And then the last command is going to provide you the chown, change ownership of a file. ID-U denotes your number, user number, and then -G will actually give you a group number. So based on this user number and group number, you are going to provide the access to this .cube config file. So this .cube config file can be accessed only by you, that is ID-U, ID-G. Because these are Linux basics. If you don't have an idea about ID command, you can do an ID-help, or you can do an man ID. Okay. So this is the commands and things. So after setting all these things, if I run the kubectl get nodes, it is working. So coming back to here. Okay. So I have executed all these 3 commands, and finally cat command is fine, and then we are going to execute this command. I'll talk about this CNI. You can see from the name itself, container network interface. It is a network. I'll discuss about the CNI during our networking session. Now it is not required. So this is only used for our network creation. This is a network plugin. So Calico is a network plugin, and we are installing this network plugin. Yeah. So after some time, can use a -W command. So after some time, it will get into a ready state. Yes, because networking is not being created before, and now the networking is being ready. Will get into a ready state. So master is ready now. You can see from the commands, master is ready. Now we need to add worker nodes. So for the worker nodes, we will be using kubeadm join command. I have clearly mentioned here, do not copy paste what has been here. You should make use of the join command which you have copied from the output. We executed kubeadm init command, and that gave us a join command. That will vary for each and every cluster. So in that case, you should not copy paste, but I would request you to add the node name at the, so like when we are installing the master, we use the node name because I explained about host name and why we need to make it to be master. Same reason, you have to provide node name at the bottom. Just add node name. Let me repeat it again. kubeadm join command, you have copied it. So add a sudo and in the beginning of the line you need to add sudo, and in the end of the line you need to add node name hyphen worker. So I have given an example. I have given an example, but do not just copy paste things. Throughout the session, you should not do a copy paste. You should understand the command. If you have any questions, go back to the recording, see the recording, and then copy paste the command, or mindful in copy pasting commands. Okay, and I have also given a command in case if you have missed to copy your kubeadm join command. Many people does that. Even though I mentioned here kubeadm join command, many people will miss to copy a kubeadm join command. So for them, I have provided a solution. If you run this command, it will give you a kubeadm join. Okay. So getting back to here, let me copy the command and then let me open a worker 1. Yeah. So in the worker 1, I've added sudo because any kubeadm command you are running, you have to add a sudo and kubeadm command, and in the finally and the prefix you need to add hyphen hyphen node name. Because if you miss to add node name, this will be taken as a node name. With this name, you will not understand what is worker 1, what is worker 2. So that is why I am asking you to have node name. So this will also do a pre-flight check, and then it will start the kubelet service. This will be done faster. Ignore about all the warnings and things. And now if you run sudo service kubelet status, which is the agent, right? I told you about kubelet. Kubelet is an agent which is running on the worker node. So that is active, which is running. So now it will say you that run kubectl run command, get nodes command in your master node to see that. So let me run this. Now you see worker 1 ready. If you miss to add hyphen hyphen node name space worker 1, it will be of different name. So it will be of with this name. It will take the host name. This is the host name. I am highlighting that this is the host name. Okay. So whenever we are creating containers, the containers will get created in the worker nodes. So when creating a container, you need to know which worker node is having that container. So for that, if you follow this pattern, it will be easy for you. So which is similar to what we have done before. Like Docker container name. I have given the container name. It was easy for us to do all other things. Okay. So if you are following the commands and things, if it is not in a ready state, after running all these commands, if it is not in the ready state, you have missed the commands in the document. If you have followed all the commands in the document, it will be working as it is working for me. And what was the command you have missed? You have missed to execute this command in the master node. Okay. So if you have executed this command, So that is why I ask everyone to follow the document, and you have to do it one at a time. So just complete this command, and then it has to be done in a sequence. Yes, I used to get the same question every time. How can I rename a node and etc. You can skip that, or you can I'll come up with a different case later. So if you have missed to do that, you can do a delete node command. For example, kubectl delete node and then the node name. So now you would have understood. Please wait for me. Let me show you that, and then I'll give you time. If I didn't provide the time, you can work on during your available time. Okay? No problem. So let me do that on the worker 2. Let me quickly complete the worker 2 so that we have a cluster setup for tomorrow. So exercise for tomorrow is you have to have the cluster setup ready. So here let me change the name to worker 2 and copy this, paste it here. I'm now executing on my worker 2 with -- node name worker 02. So we'll do a pre-flight check and those, and let's go to the master node, get nodes. It will take some time, and then it will get into a ready state. So we can do an -w. We don't have to execute each and every time. Yeah, now it is getting into a ready state. Sorry. So -w. Now I have master worker 01, worker 02, and everything is in a ready state. The same output you should be having by tomorrow. Yeah, I'll talk about roles. So for master, we used to set role as control plane and master. And if you, I just wanted to show you that. So part of the course plan, role based access control, that is RBAC. I'll be covering that in the day 8. Okay. So last 10 minutes, I don't want to introduce any new topic. Let me stop here. Okay. So I have completed until here, like kubectl get nodes, and rest all the commands. There are going to be many kubectl commands, almost 100 commands you will be learning on kubectl. And you might ask me a question, how to remember all those? By practice, you will know that. Okay. So let me take questions. Should we end the lab after completing the activities? Generally, the lab will get terminated. Sorry, it will get into a stopped state. The lab will, your VM, your virtual, all 3 virtual machines will get into a stop. It will automatically stop after 4 hours. But it is recommended for you to stop the lab. Good question. Thank you for asking. Can we create multiple Kubernetes master? Yeah, that is multi-master. Yeah, yes, it is possible. See, let me ask this question. I have 10 people in my team. I have 1 manager. So I have 10 people in my team. So I have 1 manager. That is a criteria which has been set by the company. If I have 20, how many managers do I need? Very simple. If I have 20, you need, yeah, so you need 2 managers, right? Exactly. So likewise, based on the worker nodes, you need to have multiple managers. So multiple masters. So generally it is, if you have in our sizes and things, it is like, I mean, I think you can manage with 25 worker nodes. So 25 worker nodes can be managed by one master. So it is only used when you have if you have many worker nodes, then there is a point in having multiple master nodes. Just have that question. I'll answer more in detail tomorrow. I'll talk about how things works when there is multi-master. We can have multiple master, but the database is going to be shared. It is going to be the same. To put it in one liner for now. Okay, so can I have everyone's attention, please? I know you are busy in creating the cluster. So either you can complete that by today, or you have to complete that before next session. That's it. In 20 hours. Okay. Can I have your attention, please? Can I get a S? That means you need to provide S in the chat. Yes. Okay. Okay. Good. So I'll be sharing you this link. This is the link. This is how you will be sharing the feedback. Okay. So how satisfied are you with the learning experience? You can provide very satisfied. That means full star. Next, training faculty. This is myself. I am the training faculty. So if you can rate it to be 4 star, 5 star, or whatever it is, however you like to, and you can provide good at most delivery state, engagement, work, knowledge, and whatever it is. Training content is about this. So how was the training content? Is that satisfied? Is that how it is and those? So you can provide it. Learning success manager is the one who talked about the session and things in the beginning. So he is actually the learning success manager. So generally we will not have any much interaction with this learning success manager. It is up to you to decide about the rating. And finally, yeah, live session experience. And finally you will see. So this is where I want to show you. How do we need to improve your learning experience? If you have any discrepancies, or if you find it to be interesting, excellent, whatever it is, just provide it here. I've shared the link. Kindly click on the link and then complete the feedback. For the first time, it will take you 3 minutes. It will just take 3 minutes. And going forward, this will not take much time for you. Okay? I request everyone to do that. Done. Thank you. So, and this feedback will take some time for me to reach. 1 second. So I have opened a poll. The poll will actually pop up. If it is not popping up, there will be it will blink on your WebEx. Just click on the poll and then answer to that question. So from this poll, I immediately get the result. So feedback is most important. The feedback link which I have shared, which is most important, which will give you more, that will give you more options for you to play around, to give you more detailed information. But this is a Boolean thing, so it is, can just let me know how good are you in, right on target. Do I need to speed up? I need to reduce the pace. You can vote for anything. Okay, let me complete some questions and then I'll discuss about the poll results. Is it possible to use the admin config locally by using the public IP or, yeah. So many people ask this question. Create a support ticket and then explain about your scenario. They will help you in doing it. I don't have any control over your lab, but the support people will have the complete access to your lab and they can find your public IP address. I haven't tried that. You can try it. Sir, the Kubernetes generally uses 30 to 32K port, but now it has been using, see, 6443 is Kubernetes API server port number. 30K to 32K is the port forwarding is different and 6443 is different. 6443 is the port where you are accessing the Kubernetes. 30 to 32K is where you are going to access your application. Both are two different things. If I create worker nodes today, do I need to do it again? No. This is a persistent. Whatever you do right now on your lab, it is going to be there until you complete the 8-day session. Okay. So kindly please complete the poll, please. Yeah, Kubernetes. So this link has most detailed explanation. Yeah, just give me a second, Tripuri. So yeah, so this link will actually explain about how to design your RAM, memory, CPU, storage, and those things for your VM, and then it will give you more detailed instructions about I think Docker installation will also be there. Yeah, so if you get into installing kubeadm link, it will actually get you to Docker installation and everything. That will have more detailed explanation about each and everything. Okay, so that has, here you can see, this is how we are installing things. kubectl, kubeadm, so these things, and then you are creating the cluster. So that has been done by kubeadm init command. So if you want to learn more in detail, here it is, and whatever has been here, I have covered it. Yeah, you can see the same thing. All these commands we have covered, and we have done a kubeadm join command. So, and finally we executed the kubeadm. So everything is being there in the document. The same, I'll be doing it here. Okay. So part of the poll is completed. Let me share you the result. So 78% of the people said right on target, which is not bad. Okay. To speed up, I need to speed up. Just one person who said reduce the pace, 5. Okay. So 5 people voted on reduce the pace. You need to give me more example, that is on 3. So for the people who voted on reduce the pace and give me more example, those 8 folks, you can provide me some commands, some details on the chat, so that it will help me in. So reduce the pace, I can understand. So in between during the Docker, since Docker has not been, so yeah, tomorrow you will know. So tomorrow when I am showing you the Kubernetes workloads, we will not be using any Docker commands. Just for your knowledge, I just executed Docker commands. So that is why I just went little faster over on the Docker. But on the Kubernetes, I'm going very slow. So let me know if you still need to, if you need me to reduce the pace with when I'm explaining about kubeadm commands and those. Give me more example. So I don't have any clue at all. How can I add more examples? You can please let me know on the chat. Okay. So otherwise everything is good. So general guidelines is after 11, that is after the edge of the time, I should not discuss anything because those who left will be missing. So I'm sharing the community link. If you have any questions, you can have that. You can ask that there in the community page. And this community page is only for us, for this batch. Yeah, so yeah, please go on. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for waiting and please go on. I think you had questions about Helm or something. So for others, thank you for listening. And so from here, we are not going to discuss anything related to what is being taught now. If you want to leave, you can. Thank you. So please complete the feedback, which is most important. So when you have installed Kafka and Zookeeper, it would have given you some output, right? This is how you have to access your Kafka and Zookeeper. It will give you a service IP address and then colon port number. So how is your clustered? So generally when you use Helm, you have to do that on a Kubernetes cluster which is created on a cloud. If you are trying to do that on an on-premises, something like us, we have our own, so you cannot share your screen here. So it is, if you, I cannot guide you more, but you can just submit your question on the community. So myself and many Kubernetes trainers and experts will actually answer your question, but I can answer your question in a couple of minutes. So if you are, so let me ask a couple of questions to you. So this is your, yeah, it has installed 3 instances. So you mean, is that on cloud or it is not on cloud? So in that case, it will create an elastic IP. So execute this command, kubectl get svc, and most probably that will create within a namespace. Then you have to do kubectl get svc-n, the namespace name. With that, you will find the IP address. If the IP address is in a pending state, then there is an issue with your AKS. So for now, if you want to access it locally, you can use in the service there will be a node port. You can use a node port, localhost colon node port. Yeah, you have a load balancer IP address. The 40 dot or 20 dot is your Kafka, so you can use that. So when you use this IP address, you should be in the code. You need to use it in the developer's code. If they want to access your Kafka, you have to use this IP address and they could be able to access your Kafka. Yeah, is that fine? Any other questions? Where should I apply? No. You have your service is running as a load balancer. So use this IP address. If you want to access Kafka, use this IP address. That's it. Or you can use this. I mean, which instance? I don't know what is your question is. Instance in the sense? So if your code, if your developer or your code, I mean which instance? It's three in the sense you have 3 instances, and you need to know which instance is holding this Kafka. Is that your question? Yeah, you can use kubectl get parts -o wide. You can use this command. K for kubectl get parts -o wide. So that will give you, and use a grep command. So yeah. So grep Kafka, that will show you that. So let me give you the complete command. Grep Kafka. So if you execute this command, K for kubectl, and then if you execute this command, you will see where the worker node is. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you everyone. We will see you in the tomorrow session. See you then. Yeah. Good night. Good night.